Hello, 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 hello. നമ്മുടെ ഏത് ക്യാമറ എല്ലാം ഏത് ക്യാമറ ഹലോ ഹലോ വലതുവശത്തോ ചെക്ക് ഹലോ 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 ക്യാമറ ചെക്ക് 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 ഹലോ ഹലോ ചെക്ക് നമ്മൾ മുമ്പ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടല്ലേ ഹലോ വലതുവശത്തോ ഹലോ 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 ചെക്ക് 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 ഹലോ 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 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 hello check hello check
Good morning, all. So we are in the last day of our FTP. I think we will start from at 9:35. So QC is at 3:30. After the session, we will have a small validatory function. After that, we can have a small quiz. Abhilash, we can start, I think. Hello, Abhilash.
Sandeep?
Ah.
Yeah, Sandeep, can you start with the quiz or should I want to start with another thing?
As you like. We can start at 9. Then we can wait for 1 or 2 minutes and we'll start.
Okay. So anyway, the game pin and everything is available in the screen. So those who are available, they can join. Hi, Sandeep, the participation is very less.
Abhilash, they will come at 10:30 maybe. Okay, we
10:30.
can start now.
Okay,
It's
anyway,
like that. We'll
okay,
start.
okay.
It's now it's 23, no? That's
Yeah, no, very few are joined, only 8. Okay, anyway,
so all
actually,
participants please join that quiz. Hello?
this is started actually. Yeah, SS got the maximum score here. Then Shabna and Sherlock Holmes 0. Then move on to the next quiz. How many transactions could the Ethereum protocol process per second? Yes, so the 4 right answers. Shabna got the maximum score right now. And move on to the next. Third one. What prefix or Ethereum address is composed of? Oh, good one. Shabna again. And move on to the next. What's Ethereum's block time? Only 2 right answers. And Shabna is in the leader score. So what algorithm does Ethereum use for its proof of work? Only 3 right answers and 4 wrong answers. Shabna and SS. 6 one. What is the smallest denomination of Ethereum units? Yeah, 5 right answers. SS move first. That's a nice one. Moving on to the next. What is gas in Ethereum? You got 3 right answers. Way of pricing transaction based on computational complexity. And Shabna move back to first position again. What is Ghost protocol? I hope we discussed yesterday. Yeah, better. 5 right answers and 3 wrong answers. 1, 3 or 4 wrong answers. Shabna move Go to first and second VAI. 9th question. What is Web3 JSS? Five right answers. Shobna, and move on to the next. Ropsten, Rigby, and Coban are the examples of great. You got 6 right answers. Yes, this competition is happening between these 3 guys. Go Ethereum and parity are Ethereum clients. True or false? Six right answers. No, yeah, yes, yes. 12. What is used to sign transaction? Yeah, 6 right answers. Shabna, SS, and Sam. It's only 2 right answers. 14. Four right answers. Shabna, SS, and Sam. The last question. Nice, 4 right answers. Third position, Sam. And the second position, SS. First position, who is that? Shabna. Hello, Sandeep. Am I audible, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So, how was this quiz? Is that good for you, or having some problem with it? Okay. Yesterday we stopped here in the solidity as a modifier functions. I hope my screen is visible to all. My screen is visible, right? Anyone? My screen is visible and it is readable for you.
Yes.
Yeah. So yesterday we written a modifier. So take your smart contract remix IDE and append this code with yesterday's code. Actually, there's a modifier I have written and a constructor also. And before creating the constructor, the business problem is who is accessing this set employee function. So the business solution saying that an administrator or the owner who deploy the contract can access this function. The rest of these addresses who is accessing this smart contract cannot do this. So what we have written is we just set a variable here, address of an owner, and then address. This is a variable and this is the data type address, and declare as a visibility for just public. And then I created a constructor. It's a constructor. Okay, so this constructor visibility is public, and inside this constructor I have written owner equal to message.sender. This is a built-in mechanism or built-in function inside the Solidity. Message.sender, who is initiating the smart contract. So the constructor, why constructor we are using? I hope all you familiar with the constructors in programming languages. So when we define a constructor in any of your code, any of your programming, this constructor will execute first, right? And this will receive this value, owner equal to message.sender. Means here this address, the system will identify this. If I am using this account for deploying this contract, then system will store this particular address here. This particular address here, not here. Okay, then we define a modifier. Modifier keyword is modifier, and just create a name only owner. Then this require is a keyword available in Solidity. Then inside that, this message.sender equal to owner. So then we are just appending this only owner with this function. At the end of this function, just return only owner. Only this account owner can trigger this function. That is what modifier is working. Is that clear? Anyone? Please respond. Is this concept is clear, or please try in your Remix ID. Sandeep, is this concept is clear?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes.
So
We
please
discussed yesterday, I think.
Yeah, please try to run in your Remix ID. Is there any error is coming? So here I am trying to run this code. So what I have done is I have my own private network. So I'm trying to deploying it. It will take time because authentication needed.
Can you just share that code?
Yeah, definitely. But I'm trying to open the chat window. I don't know why it is not opening.
You click on participants.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So entire code is needed, or just this map constructor and modifier? Only this is needed, right? I have shared the code in the chat. So I'm trying to deploy the contract after unlocking my account. The mining is happening there. I hope this is working. Okay, either we don't want to waste our time. VM is here. Just deploy the contract. I just deploy the contract with this address, not this one, this address. So I try to access the first function set employee with that initial address 123, their name and designation system engineer and transact. This is working right with this address. So I am going to change the address to the second address which is available in the JavaScript virtual machine, and trying to do the same activity with the second address. I got an error, right? Have you seen this error in your Remix ID while changing the account address? Not this. So anyone having problem while compiling your contract or deploying the contract?
After that require, what is that? Underscore semicolon,
Underscore
is that?
semicolon. This is actually the breaking that condition. Otherwise, this will be a looping. Inside this, after this modify, the code cannot understand that, okay, this should be shifted to here. Underscore semicolon. Somebody require the entire code. Entire code also share. So is that working for you? So guys, have you got the output?
No, what is it? Honor.
Honor. So I am just defining an address on top of here. Just a variable honor.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
on top. So I am actually holding the particular address in this variable. So address is the data type and this is a variable. Please let me know once you got the output.
So we had to run that set employee function.
Yeah, you have to run the set employee function with your initial address first. Then you have to change that address to any address which is available here. Then try to access the set employee function again.
So while deploying, we have to select the JavaScript.
Yeah, JavaScript
And
or your Web3 provider or your local yesterday's Ethereum private network is running, then you can connect with that. Because for the easy purpose, I just run this JavaScript VM.
then we have to select that first account.
No, initially by default, it will choose the first account. And after deploying and you are triggering the set employee function using that first account, then you have to change it to any of the address here, not the first one.
So deployment over. After
Deployment
that,
over, then you just expand it and trigger this function first, set employee.
transact to employee. Error. Some error is there. Error encoding.
Yeah, you change the address, right?
No, I have not changed. I have to change that.
So what I have done here, I just try to demonstrate again. So this is the code. Okay. Sandeep or everyone, please look here. And I try to deploy it. And while deploying, this from address is this. This is the from address actually. From address means what I am getting here. This is the from address. So currently this contract is deployed by this address, this externally owned address. So only this address person can access this function. Okay, so I expand it. Currently this is the same person who is accessing the set employee. And I'm passing 12345 as an employee ID, and the name is Ablash, and designation is system engineer, and transact. So this is working here, you can see, with the same address person. Or if I am going to change the address to another, then I'm trying to transact, I'm getting an error, right? I'm changing this person to another because some other person with some other externally owned account come to access the smart contract set employee function, but he cannot access it. Only the person who having the first account, or we have set in the constructor with the owner address, can access the set employee function here. So this is a kind of privilege setting in the smart contract. Sandeep, is that clear for you? Or anyone who is having doubt, please let me know. Clear. Okay. I hope you got the output. Everybody got the output. Okay. Anyway, I'm moving on to a new presentation. I hope my screen is visible. Screen is visible for you, presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is the life cycle of an Ethereum transaction actually. So how a transaction is moving in a Ethereum network and how it is executing, how it is initiating, and how that initiated transaction is converted to a raw transaction object and serialization concept, then how it is moving to a mining pool, and how this verified transaction is globally distributed. That is this slide is all about. So this is just see this. This is a smart contract function. Okay, this is a function. Function name is vote for candidate. We are passing a byte 32 of candidate name, and the visibility of this code is public. Function is public, and require valid candidate of candidate. Require means what? We having some modifiers, right? Then vote received of candidate. We are incrementing the vote here. So this function increment the vote count of a specified candidate. This is equivalent to casting a vote. Is that clear? Just a function inside a smart contract. Okay, I hope it is clear. Then I am moving. So after we have to write this smart contract function, the front end we have a form. Just imagine we have a form. I just use the notation again. This is a front end page. Just imagine this is a front end page, and we have a form with the candidate's name A and B and C. These are the candidates, and you are choosing this candidate, and this is comprised of HTML, right? HTML and CSS for beautification. And in the backend there is a JavaScript code will be the this will access, or this will process the value. This will receive the value from this field, and we are getting a value which is A, and we will connect or trigger this value by using web3.js. Yesterday I discussed about this library web3.js, and this web3.js will trigger our smart contract. Yes, how this web3.js is triggering the smart contract, what transaction is happening here, that is actually showing here. Voting is a contract name, and deployed dot then function, there's a function we are defining, and function with an instance name is instance, and instance, that particular instance of this voting contract. The initially what I have shown, the voting contract function, this, in the first slide I shown the voting contract function, vote for candidate. I have created an instance for that particular contract, and that instance dot vote for candidate function in the previous code. I am passing the candidate name, that by 32 argument of that function I am passing as a nick as a name, and the gas required for the transaction to execute this one, and the from which is the address is web3.eth.account0. Now you understood web3.eth.account0. So here I am just here I am, what I am doing is I just run the test network, test RPC or Ganache CLI. So I am getting the first address for the from, the then function executing. I'm just the value and the amount of gas and which address. Okay. So let's take the following contract call as an example and traverse through the entire flow or how this function call and transaction is executed. At a high level, it's a voting contract where you initialize a few candidates contesting in an election and anyone can vote for them. The vote will be recorded on the blockchain. Okay, just erasing all this thing. Otherwise, this will. Okay, this fine. So the flow, there is a contract called voting which has already been deployed on the blockchain. We instantiate that the contract and execute a method called vote for candidate. This is a function which is we are creating in the smart contract and pass in the candidate name, gas limit of this transaction and the account that execute the transaction. That is shown here. The gas limit and which address we are using. The account that executes the transaction. This function used to vote for a candidate and the vote is recorded on the blockchain. So now we will try to deconstruct this call and understand everything that happened when you execute this JavaScript function. So first step is what your web Ethereum client is doing is Web3.js library is used to build the raw transaction object. First, the entire transaction which you have trying to send by using this JavaScript code will convert it to raw transaction object. Guys, is that clear or should I want to repeat it? Anyone?
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, where we are writing that JavaScript code, smart contract that is deployed
No,
in
smart
the
contract is deployed in the network actually, in the blockchain
yes.
network. So
Okay.
that smart contract having yesterday what we have created as a private network, right?
Yes.
You remember?
Yes.
So that
Yes, sir.
private network we connected with the Remix ID to deploy our contract.
Yes.
Okay. So
Okay.
though that deployment happen actually inside our private network. Remix ID is just a code editor, and
Okay.
that code editor deploying our contract into your private network.
Okay.
So you
Okay.
have the contract ABI and the bytecode and the contract deployed addresses.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
that network and the HTML CSS will be in your source code, just a folder. Inside that you will keep all these things inside your private network folder.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So
Fine.
it is automatically created whenever a contract is deployed.
Yeah, but whenever a contract is compiled, being that time you will get two things: application binary interface and a bytecode.
Okay.
And when you're deploying, you will get a contract deployed address.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
So you have written this JavaScript code in your JavaScript file. This one, this code will be in your JavaScript file, and that particular function how executing in a blockchain network is the
Sir,
Web3.
that
Yeah,
is what I'm asking. That JavaScript code that we have to write.
you have to write. You have to write.
Okay.
That I will explain in the coming lecture. We will creating a DApp with the JavaScript and HTML and
Okay.
Web3.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
So that particular JavaScript code will be converted to a raw transaction object. So just see here. Some chat is coming. Vaishali, please respond. I can't understand your question.
Sir, below that data colon is there is a
Yeah.
hash key written.
This step one you are saying this slide.
This
This
below
data.
web3 dot
This one, the last line.
last line.
Yeah, that I will explain. Okay. Okay, that I will explain. Just wait. Yeah, in this that particular function call in the JavaScript will convert it to a raw transaction object. That the transaction count is a variable equal to web3.eth.get transaction count. So get transaction count of account of 0 and externally on account is none, right? Am I correct? This transaction count, web3.0 get transaction count of your 0th account. You will get the externally owned accounts nonce value. Maybe you initiated the 10 transaction before, and a new transaction is coming, means which is 11th one, so the nonce will be 11. Okay, the nonce value you are getting from this transaction count, and the gas price, gas limit you already know, to address from and to the recipient address, and the value. If there is any value, means any either you are sending, but in this contract we are not sending any either. Instead of that, we are sending a candidate name, right? Candidate name as Nick. So she asked a question, how this data payload is created. Vaishali is asked a question about how this data payload is created. So that I will explain. Just a moment. Just want to erase all this. So the first, take the function signature from the ABI. This vote for candidate is a function, right? And you are passing a byte 32. So this is a function signature of your particular method you defined in a smart contract. Is this visible, right? So just do this activity in your console. Vote for candidate of byte 32. That we can do just. Sorry. Okay. web3.sha3 of vote for candidate, right? Vote for is this visible for you, Sandeep, or anyone? Is this visible? Visible or not?
Yes, sir, visible.
Visible, visible.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, the web3.sha3. SHA3 is a hashing algorithm, SHA3 with of vote for candidate, right? Vote for candidate of you are passing byte 32. Byte 32 as a data type. This value you are getting. Just a moment. The vote for candidate of byte 32. Some small changes. Okay, so small error. Just hold on. web3.sha3 of vote for candidate of bytes 32. So have you seen this output here? This output. This is the output I am getting. Have you seen this? So what I have done is this vote for candidate is the function of the data type. This is the function signature this function signature Ethereum will pass to a SHA-3 algorithm. This is the hashing algorithm of your function signature. This will return this big number hash value, and you will take the first 4 bytes. First 4 byte means 2, 4, 6, 8 up to 67. You will take this value. Okay, CC up to 267. Is that visible, Sandeep?
Yes.
Yeah. So inside that, what argument we are passing? Nick, right? The candidate name we are passing as Nick. So we will convert the Nick to a byte32 converter. And online you can just try the byte32 converter and type the value as Nick, and you will get the response like this. Okay. So we are appending this plus concatenating this plus this byte32 of the candidate name value. Combine these to get the data payload. Zero. Just imagine. Just keep in your mind CC9A B267. CC9A B2. They are taking this value and plus appending the remaining byte32 value with that. Okay. 5261 up 000. Correct? You got it, guys? How this data payload is creating? Anyone please respond?
Sir, that initial address that we get is when we run Web3 SHA-3 vote for candidate byte 32. That is, which is that address?
Which
Is
one?
that
This one.
this? Yeah. Yes, sir.
This is not the address actually. The SHA-3 is a hashing algorithm. Okay. What
Okay.
your Ethereum client is doing is when you are triggering a function inside your JavaScript, it will
Okay.
catch that function signature. So in
Okay.
Solidity, you return a function. So we will get a function. Yeah. Not from
For
actually. Just a function signature of your Solidity contract. Okay. This is a
vote for
function.
candidates already.
Yeah, this is a vote for candidate is a function inside your contract.
Okay.
And you are passing argument data type as byte32. Okay. The first Ethereum will do that, convert to a SHA algorithm. It will pass it through a SHA-3 hashing algorithm, and you are getting this output. And you take first four bytes of this code, this output hash, and append with this byte32. You are passing argument as Nick, Nick. Okay. Then you are taking the byte32 of Nick and concatenate it together.
Okay.
So then you are getting this data.
Okay. So that is the signature of the function call then.
Yeah, this is the function signature. Your Solidity function signature.
Okay. Okay, sir.
This is actually happening behind it. You are not aware about that while you are creating a DApps. But you just want to understand in your mind that, okay, this is what is happening in the backend. That is why I just want to explain this.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So I want to erase this again. So, okay, after that, step 2, sign the transaction. You create a raw transaction object. Okay. You use web3.e.account0 to execute the transaction. Okay. Then Ethereum network need to know that you actually own that account to make sure someone else doesn't execute this transaction on your behalf. So how you are going to sign your transaction? Then normally we will use our private key to sign the transaction, right? So should I want to explain how digital signature is happening and what is public key and private key? Should I want to explain, guys?
Not needed, sir.
So you guys already know that. So what I am doing is constant private key is equal to buffer from, you got your private key. You already know your private key if you are running your test network. so that I can show here that exiting from this slide is difficult. Yes. So just Ganache CLI. If I am running a test network here, okay, this is already listening. Ganache CLI minus P 8549. Hope this will work. Yep. Okay, here you can see some of the addresses listed here. So if we are calling web3.eth.account0 means this initial address will be taken. Okay, the corresponding private key of your first address is this. Okay, so that particular private key is using here for signing your transaction. So this is a corresponding private key of that particular first address, and we already get the raw transaction from here. This variable raw transaction is equal to nonce. This raw transaction variable we are passing here. Transaction Ethereum transaction of raw transaction to sign with our private key, then constant serializing the entire transaction. Constant serialization equal to this transaction means raw transaction into dot serialize. So the entire raw transaction will be in a serialized way to propagate in the network. Transaction is then third step is transaction is validated locally. So still your transaction is not in the network, means not propagated to the entire blockchain network. Still it is in your local Ethereum client. Okay, the transaction is validated locally means you have installed your Ethereum client in your machine. So all these functionality what we have done till this step 3, everything will be doing inside your local Ethereum client. The signed transaction submitted to a local Ethereum node. Local Ethereum node will then validate the signed transaction to make sure that it was really signed by this account address. So when you are trying to sign a transaction, this Ethereum local client, the get, will ask you to unlock your password, unlock your account with your passphrase. Then only you can sign a transaction. Okay. And moving on to the next slide. Step 4, transaction is broadcasted to the network. After doing all this activity, first one is we are getting a raw transaction, right? Raw transaction object we are getting. Raw transaction object we are getting. Then second one, what we are doing, signing a transaction. Third one is verifying, or if not, broadcast. Third one is serializing your transaction, signing and serialize. Then after serializing your transaction, this will move to the broadcasting stage. Broadcasting means all these steps are inside your local get, means inside your laptop, or inside your desktop PC where you install your Ethereum client. And after all this validation, means your local Ethereum client will check you are the right owner to sign this transaction by using your private key. Okay, so then only this entire transaction will be broadcasted to the network. Okay, so the signed transaction is broadcasted to your get parity node, to its peer, who in turn to broadcast to their peers, and so on. Means broadcasting means this is your get node, and this will send the nearest node. Another, maybe this is a get or a parity node. From here this will move to another node. Likewise this is propagated. Okay, gossip to gossip protocol. Likewise this will propagate it from here to here, here to here. Likewise all this network participants got this transaction. I hope you guys can follow. So any doubt, please ask. Anyone? Any doubt? Anybody having doubt, please? Guys? No doubt? So this transaction. So while broadcasting, not all node will accept your transaction. Some of these nodes might have setting to accept only transaction with a certain minimum gas price. If you have set a gas price lower than that, then that node will just ignore your transaction. So after broadcasting to the network, all this transaction will come to this transaction pool. Okay, these are the transaction listed here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 transactions are listed here with the corresponding gas price. Okay, this is arranged in the highest gas price in the top and the lowest coming in the down. Okay, the miner who will definitely choose the highest gas price because he will get the more reward. Then only he will get the more reward. So all the small transaction will kept in the will be inside the mining pool for a long time. Then only some miners will choose all these transactions. Okay, that is the one of the major problem. So Ethereum network has a mix of miners nodes and non-miners nodes. As you probably know, the miners are the one who do the jobs of including your transaction in the block. So miners mean a transaction pool where your transaction get added to before they started evaluating it. So step 6, miner node find a valid block and broadcast it to the network. After validating the block, the miner eventually pick our transaction from the mining pool what we have discussed in the previous slide, include the block along with other transaction. The miner can only pick so many transactions to include the block because Ethereum has set a block gas limit. Okay, so inside a block we having a limit. So if the miner is setting a block, this is a block 1, this is another block 2. Hello, block 1 and block 2. Okay, but Ethereum set a maximum gas. So this is the G1 is the maximum gas of this entire block. Okay, so if this B1 block gas is greater than this G1, then it will not consider as a valid block. So Ethereum set a maximum gas limit for some of the gas limit of the transaction cannot be exceeded the block gas limit. This is what explained here. I hope you understood. Yes.
So, sir,
Yeah.
there is a chance for starvation, right?
Starvation in the sense?
Means my block may not be included, pushed by the miner.
Yeah. So that is a problem.
So, is there any priority? It is going up? Any chances? No.
If you are spending very small amount of gases, miner may not take your transaction. So it can be, there's a time interval, it can be revert back to you.
I see. Okay.
So if it is exceeding a time limit of certain hours or certain days, so if that transaction is not executed properly, then Ethereum will be revert back.
So its priority won't be going up.
Yes. So if you are providing best gas price, the miners will choose that one only. I hope I answer your question.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is actually happening in the backend of an Ethereum network. Okay, that's step 6. Miner node find a valid block and broadcast it to the network. This I already discussed. Once a miner select the transaction to include the block, the transactions are validated and included in the pending block and the proof of work begins. One of the miner node eventually find a valid block by solving the proof of work puzzle. Just like the raw transaction was broadcasted by your local node, which was received by all other nodes, the miner node broadcasts this valid block to other nodes. So once the miner find out the proof of work consensus algorithm solution, then that particular miner will broadcast the solution to the entire node which is available in the blockchain network, and they will verify that. So eventually 7 local node receive the syncing the blockchain. So eventually your local node will receive this new block. Once a miner find out the solution of a particular block proof of work solution, then that particular miner will broadcast the entire block to the all nodes which is associated to the network, and all node will be in a syncing manner. Okay, then sync its local copy of the blockchain. Upon receiving this new block, the local nodes execute all the transaction inside in the block. So up to here, these are the 7 steps how a transaction is executing inside a blockchain network. Any doubt, please ask. Sandeep, anyone?
Sir, what does that last statement means? Upon receiving the new block, the local node execute all the transactions in the block. So what is the need of executing the transactions again in the local node?
No, that is not executing the transaction, because your local node is also part of this block, and you are getting all the transaction, all the block which is mined by a miner, and your local node is also in a syncing position, right? If 10 nodes in a network, they are having 10 blocks of transaction, and your node is not having that particular 10 block of transaction, then you are not in a syncing position, and you cannot execute all other transactions inside a block if you are a mining node or the main node in the network. So you should have all the copies in your local node if you are executing your next transaction. I hope I answered.
Okay, sir.
Yes. So any other doubt? Anyone? Any doubt, please?
So who will be the miners? Nodes will be there. How then a node become a miner?
So if you want to become a miner, you need a high specification hardware systems. So in the normal, if you are participating as a normal miner means you have only a laptop, you have only a normal desktop without any GPU machine setups, then you cannot be a successful miner in the network, right? So because you are competing with the other miners having a big mining powers, and they will grab all the transaction, because if they have a big mining power, they will validate multiple blocks in a very few seconds. But if you have a very small system with a very small specification, but then you cannot become a miner while competing with others.
So what about private network? Private network. I'm creating my own network. Then who will be the miners?
So while creating a private network, just imagine in your classrooms or whatever it is, you created a private network. Okay. So you are the person who is the admin of this network. So you are creating this private network, you are creating your own Genesis network, and you set up a private network inside a classroom, and your students are accessing that network. But those students' nodes are not always available in the network, right? So if students are using a mobile application, you develop a mobile application on top of your private network, and students are just using a mobile application of your D app, and they are not as a minors, right? They are simply coming when you are uploading an assignment solution or the exams, you are charting an exam, then only they are participating in the network, and they are uh, writing the exams, and they are submitting, and they are leaving. Okay, they are exiting from the network. But you want to set up some nodes, some nodes as some nodes for as a miners, and we will write a script for that, for automatically mining. Those particular nodes are boot nodes in Ethereum network. Also in the main Ethereum network, Sandeep, in the main Ethereum network, this node is, some of its nodes are created by the Ethereum itself as a boot node. Those boot nodes are always active in the Ethereum network, and they are actually the big miners of that particular network. Or if some other miners, the normal other private miners or the private person who is joining the network and mining, always is not possible. They will leave the network, and whenever they have time they will come back, right? But this network should persist in a long running way. So the Ethereum itself, they create some boot nodes to activate this mining process. So likewise, in your private network also, you want to create some of the nodes as the miners. You have to create a node with a good configuration and set it as a miner. Then all your transaction happening inside that particular network will be mined by that particular mining machine or the mining node. I hope I answered.
Okay.
Sir, yesterday you have shown a command, right? Add peer to add a new node to the network.
Yeah.
So when we do that command, does that become a miner, or do we need to run any extra code to make it
While
a
you are
miner?
doing admin.add peer, I hope that is a command you are saying.
Yes, sir.
While you are doing that admin.add peer, it is actually adding another node to your network.
Yes.
Manually,
Then
you are adding. Just imagine you created your own private network. You are the admin, and you want to add your students as a node inside your network. Then you want to know their enode address, and you copy that enode address manually, and you will add admin.add of that particular enode address. Then automatically that student node will be added to your network.
okay. Then that node. So when we use that add peer command, a new node is created. Okay. So
And
that
a new node you are actually adding into your network.
Okay, then can that new node can act as a miner?
Definitely, they can also act as a miner.
By default, it is added as a miner, right?
No, not by default. They can, if they are doing miner.start that particular action, then
Okay.
only they will become a miner. Otherwise, they don't have any balance. They just simply be in your network.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
And one more doubt is
Okay.
there. So, is there any tool for estimating the gas limit? So, if you, in order to deploy a smart contract, we have to estimate the gas limit, right?
Yeah,
So,
some either scan.io is some of the website the people are following to understand what is the current gas limit of the transaction it is required.
Okay.
And in your private network, you don't want to worry about this gas limit and all, because there is no competition, right? Only you 10 people are using that network, and there is miner don't getting a big reward. That reward is not a value in the normal transaction, right? Those
Yes.
either you are getting inside a private network is not valid outside your network. So that is not a big deal. So while you are creating a Genesis block, there is a difficulty attribute, right, inside the genesis.json file.
Yes.
Have you seen that? So just reduce that Genesis difficulty attribute value, then your transaction will execute faster, and there is a very small gas is required.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay. So any other doubt? Anyone? If no doubt, we can move to the next session. Andev, can I move to the next session?
Yeah, we will break at 11.
Break at 11. Okay, so one thing you can do in meantime is that just install Truffle in your machine. Truffle is a framework. Actually, I will show that. Okay. Truffle framework. Just type in Google Truffle framework. So Truffle is a framework for deploying and developing a smart DApps in Ethereum. So you don't want to use Remix ID or something for deploying your smart contract if you are using Truffle framework. So try to follow this command. in Ubuntu machine. Those who having Ubuntu machine, try to follow this. npm install -g truffle. Just put the sudo if you sudo permission also. So I put it in the chat window. I haven't got, okay. Sudo npm install -g truffle. So just make sure that you are having Node.js installed, and it should be greater than the legacy version. Your node version, just check your node version by the command node -v, and check another command npm -v, node package manager also. These are the two commands, please check, and check whether the node version is greater than 0.4.6. Okay. And for the Windows, who is using Windows, just follow this command truffle Windows. Oh, sorry. So those who are using Windows machine, please follow these commands. I will put it in the chat. So those who are using Windows also, they should also make sure that your inside your machine Node.js is available. So this is for the Windows. I share the command in chat. Sandeep, is that getting for everyone? I think.
Yes.
So
Windows, for Windows, what to do?
Yeah, I shared the command, the last message. This npm install -g, npm install -g production Windows build tool. There's a 4 command I shared in the chat, the last chat. Those who are installing truffle inside your Windows machine, just follow that. And those who are trying to install truffle in Ubuntu or Linux machine, just use the sudo npm install -g truffle. I hope this is also visible. This is visible, right?
Yes, yes.
So that command also I shared. Oh, truffle. Yeah. Okay. After successfully installing truffle, you can see that just write truffle inside your console. For Windows, those who are using installation process, just use PowerShell and run it as an administrator. In Ubuntu, you can run normally sudo permission, using your sudo permission in your terminal. So while running just truffle inside your terminal, you will get this response. Then create a folder mkdir. So have you installed this? Or I will show some demo mkdir truffle demo. So inside I am moving into the truffle folder, truffle demo folder. Truffle demo folder. Inside that I am writing a command truffle init. Truffle init is the command. So after that, just ls inside your, you can see a folder structures. A source folder structure having three folder: contract, migration, test, and a configuration file called truffle config.js. I hope this is visible. Is this visible for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just install the truffle, and after that I am initializing the truffle command. Then I am getting 3 folders: contract, migration, test, and truffle config.js. So we have our contract right in our remix IDE, and copying our contract. Okay, which is our, which contract you want to compile? A normal small contract I'm going to compile. So this is a very small contract. So I'm taking to, okay. So moving into the contract folder. Inside the contract folder, I am writing and I'm pasting the contract here. So see, sorry, it's not required. Okay, inside this, now I saved a new contract, our new contract, and there's a migration.sol. This is a base contract which is a very important contract which is used by Truffle for migrating our custom contract inside the blockchain network. So please don't delete this contract inside the contract folder. So after that, we have to move to this migration folder. Sorry. So inside this migration folder, you can see one underscore initial migration.js, and inside that you want to create another new file called to underscore deploy contract.js folder. So have you installed this, Sandeep? Anyone? Hello? Hello? So guys, are you installing the software?
Yeah, we are installing.
Yeah, please install it, then we can continue after that.
I think we will break here and we will come back at 11:30.
Okay.
Then after that, installation will be completed.
Okay, okay. Okay, time for a break.
Okay. Abhilash, we can start, I think.
Okay. I hope everybody installed this truffle dependencies in your system. So after installing that, try to create a folder. Just if you are using Ubuntu mkdir, then a file name for the folder name. And if you are using Windows also, if you are using the PowerShell, you just install the truffle tool by using the PowerShell, and inside the PowerShell mkdir space the folder name. It will work for Windows also. So after cd inside in your folder, getting inside your folder, just type truffle init command. After truffle init command, you can see these are the folder structure will be fetched from the truffle server, and you get this folder structure inside your directory. So inside that you can find the contract, migration, test are the three folders. This is what I have created after doing some activity inside by using the truffle. Don't bother about the build file and the configuration file also. Just open the truffle configuration file. Inside this you can see we are mentioning where this truffle is a framework. Actually inside this truffle framework, inside this contract, you can simply copy paste your contract. Okay, that contract name.sol, likewise cd contract. So inside this I already copy paste my contract here, and this is the by default contract of truffle. So this will initially uploaded in the network first, then this migration.sol contract will identify a new contract what we have written inside the folder, and this will be also in the network. So what I am doing here is I just copy paste my contract, and here you can see one more folder. Its name is migration. So please move into migration folder. So inside the migration folder, you can see one file, one underscore initial underscore migration.js, and this is a new file what I have created. Opening that new file. So inside it, what I have created is I have created a variable called CodeCetro, the contract name itself. This artifacts.require of CodeCetro means thus while compiling the contract by using the truffle framework, the contract, there will be a build folder will be generated. Inside this build folder, ABI, bytecode, and everything related to the smart contract while compiling will be generated. Okay. So that is all about this file. Then what I am doing is after doing these two activity, I just copy paste my contract folder for contract file inside this contract folder, and I have created inside a migration folder to underscore deploy contract.js. Then what I am doing is truffle compile. It is already compiled, so it. So everything is up to date. There is nothing to compile, which is I am already compiled it. That is why the build folder. I just want to remove that build folder. So after doing these two activity, you just want to copy paste your contract inside the contract folder, and inside the migration folder you want to do to create a file called to underscore deploy underscore contracts.js. That file is look like this. I will send that file inside the chat. Sorry. So please check this. Let's check this file, then try to do its activity truffle compile. So here you can see compiling the contract. This is my contract name, and second one is the default contract of truffle, and artifact which is returned into that build folder. So here you can see while ls, sorry, this build folder is generated after compiling this activity. Okay, so after compiling, you can see that all this contract are compiled successfully by using a Solidity compiler version 0.5.16. Okay, so after that you want compiled contract, you are deploying in a remix IDE like this, right? This is the compilation process happened. Then during that time you are getting ABI and bytecode. The same ABI and bytecode will be available inside the build folder. Inside the build folder.
വെർച്വൽ മെഷീൻ ഇമേജ് കിട്ടും നോക്കി
VM ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ വെർച്വൽ മെഷീൻ ഇമേജ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാക്കി അപ്ലോഡ് ചെയ്യാമല്ലോ. അപ്പോൾ വിൻഡോസ് ഇല്ല, ലിനക്സ് ഇല്ല, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഇഷ്യൂ ഒന്നും ഇല്ലല്ലോ. ഇതിനകത്ത് VMware എഞ്ചിൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്.
Okay, after this
അല്ല വിൻഡോസ് ഇൻസ്റ്റാൾ ചെയ്യണ്ടേ?
അതിൽ ഇമേജ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ഫുൾ ഹാർഡ് ഡിസ്ക് തന്നെ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. വെർച്വൽ ഇമേജ് അങ്ങോട്ട് അപ്ലോഡ് ചെയ്താൽ ആ ഇമേജ് ആ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം
നമ്മുടെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിന്റെ VM എടുക്കുക.
you just want to run
വിൻഡോസ് ഇല്ല അങ്ങനത്തെ, പക്ഷെ പൈറേറ്റഡ് ഇഷ്യൂ വരില്ലായിരിക്കും.
Okay, so after that after that you can see there is a configuration file, truffle configuration.js file. So open that file, truffle configuration.js. Inside that what I have done is I specified a network where exactly this truffle migration or the contract migration should be connected. This is the local host and a port number 8549. Likewise, what we have created in a private network, we mention our own port number, and the network ID star means any network ID of a particular network will be connected with this port number, RPC endpoint port number, and I am trying to run Ganache CLI with the port number 8549. I think what is our port number 8549? 8549. Here you can see 8549. I am running my Ganache for deploying this contract. So just do this thing, truffle migrate command. While migrating, here you can see your contracts are successfully migrated in the network. This migration contract is the default contract of truffle, just leave it. Then this is your contract, contract having a transaction hash and the blockchain. Inside every transaction created about a contract will having a contract address. So this is the corresponding contract address. Maybe you can see this is the test network of Ganache. So this is the transaction occurred at this time. So here you can see the contract created. Just see this number, last 3884. Here also contract address is 384. So this truffle framework actually deploy your contract into a test network of Ethereum. So here I am using Ganache CLI. Then after that you can interact with your contract by using a truffle console. Just take truffle console, then var instance equal to wait so true. Sandeep,
Yes, hello.
can you follow the session, or is there any problem with installation or anything?
No, installation is complete.
Am I moving fast?
No, no, no.
So,
Can you explain that commands we have
yeah,
to do?
sure. The first one, have you created the folder?
Yeah.
So after that, you run that truffle init command, right? I show here. First, create the folder. Then after that, what you have to do is cd into that folder. Okay. Then after that, just run this command truffle init inside the folder. Then you can see multiple folder structure inside the directory that you have created. Okay. Then inside that you can see multiple folder called contract migration and test folder. Okay. Then cd into the contract folder. Then after that, just paste your smart contract inside this folder with a .sol extension, file extension. Okay. Then after that, you have to move to the new migration folder. Cd into the migration folder. Then inside that you have to create a new file called to_deploy_contract.js.
So we have to copy that yesterday's Genesis file for this.
Not Genesis file, your contract file. Your contract file, Sandeep.
Where is it contact file? It is being shared.
It's maybe inside in your remix ID, right? You have written some contract inside the remix ID. You just copy the entire code and create a file called the contract name.sol. Inside the file, just paste it. Are you getting?
Yes.
So just see here. So inside this, I have 3 main folders. So inside that, just move into your contract folder. Just paste a file, your contract name.sol. Okay. Then after that, you move back to the root structure again and move into the migration folder which is available. So inside that, you have to create a new file called to_deploy_contracts.js. Any doubt, anyone? Any doubt? Anybody having? No more chat. Nothing is coming. Okay. So after that, you just want to create this file inside your migration folder. So the file, okay, file look like this. Underscore. So this is the file you want to paste inside your to underscore deploy contract.js. Here you want to paste your contract name, where your contract name equal to artifacts.require of your contract name. Then after that, module.export equal to function of deployer, and inside that deployer.deploy of this code, this contract name. So these three area your contract name will be specified. I will copy and paste inside your chat. Please use this for inside. Use this code inside your to underscore deploy underscore contract.js file. Is that done? Sandeep or anyone? Yes. So and after that, just move back to the root directory again. Then open your truffle config.js file inside your directory and open that. You may see a big line of codes or big comments are there, a number of comments are there. Just delete all the things. Then you want to look here, just module.export equal to, you are specifying in which network your truffle framework should work. That's the thing you are mentioning here. This name is development environment and the host is the local host, and in which RPC port you are going to connect, it is 8549. So depending upon your network which is running, and the network ID star means match any network ID. So if you are specifying a particular network ID, this truffle will connect only that particular ID of network with the specified RPC port address. So I will paste that code also. This, please paste this code inside this truffle config.js file. Just replace the entire thing into truffle config.js with the new code. So have you done that? Hello. Then after this, you just want to run this command truffle compile. Because I already done it, that is why the build folder is available here. Then after that, you can migrate your network into your any test network which is available, or in your private network is available. There you can migrate. So here I want to run the Ganache CLI with minus port number 8549. The port number is from where actually? This is the port number. The same port number I am mentioning while running the test network. I'm running that test network again. 85. It is listening 127.0.0.1 colon 8549. So I'm doing the command with migrating the truffle into this network. Truffle migrate minus reset is for I have already done that. That is why I'm redoing the same activity. So here you can see my contract for Cetro is deployed in the network. Here you can see
Sir,
that.
after editing the configuration file, what is to be done? After
Just
editing
want
the
to, yeah, just move back to the root folder. Root folder means inside your folder. Then run the command truffle space compile. This one you can see here.
okay.
Truffle space compile. Then if you are getting the result, just let me know.
Everything is up to date. There is nothing to compile. That is what I got.
Yeah, that means you already done that. So just do the next activity. Just run, take another terminal, try to
Yes.
run your test network. You already installed Ganache or any test network?
Ganesh is there.
Okay, then you copy the same configuration file, right? What I have shared in the chat.
Okay, that configuration file.
You copied that or you changed that?
I have edited the existing one. I have edited truffle configuration.
Okay, try to copy that thing from the chat, and you can specify any port number.
Okay.
And after that, after completing that, just run your test network. If you are specifying, I just showing that if you are running Ganache, just see here, Ganache CLI, and your port number is varying. The by default port number is 8545, right? If I am simply running Ganache CLI, this is the port number. But in the
Okay.
configuration, I mentioned 8549. So
Oh,
that
I
is why
haven't edited the port number.
if
Okay.
you are editing, just do this Ganache CLI space minus small p is a tag 8549. Then this will be listening in this port 8549. Here you can see 127 8549. Otherwise,
Okay.
by default 8545. You just want to change the configuration to 8545. That's your wish.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So after compiling this, you can see here all these contracts are deployed successfully in this network. And you can interact with the contract by using a truffle console. Just enter truffle console here, and you will get a console icon. Then create an instance of your let instance equal to await of your contract name Rosetta dot deployed. Sorry, forgot that thing. Okay, so let instance equal to 8 Rosetta dot deployed. Not working. Okay, just a moment. I'll do that. Checking this code again. Let instance equal to await. So I can find. Let apple equal to cosetro. Sorry, cosetro dot deployed. Right. Okay, I want to know that. Okay. Okay, then just type in the instance. You are getting an instance of your smart contract. Smart contract address is this, and by using that instance dot that smart contract function is set instructor with the passing the instructor name slash and instructor age. You can see a transaction receipt. Sandeep, can you do this one in your machine, or if you are stuck in your anyone? Any problem with your compilation process, or anywhere you are stuck, please let me know. Are you guys doing this, or already done that? Are you guys doing this? Sandeep? Any doubt, please let me know. Otherwise, I can't understand what's the situation going on. Sandeep, or anybody, please respond.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Shabna, or anybody is there?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So is that possible to run inside your system, or still you are stuck anywhere?
No, sir. I have a problem with Ganesha. Ganesha CLI is not recognized as an internal command. I have installed Ganesha, but I am
Okay.
getting this response when I try to connect with Ganesha port number.
So which port number you are using?
So I have changed my port number to 8549.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
problem is,
Have you changed the same port number inside the configuration file also?
yes,
The port number is same.
yes,
And you copy the configuration file what I have shared in the chat.
yes, sir.
Yeah. Then can you
I
copy
think
paste?
the problem is with the installation, right? The error is Ganesha is not recognized as an internal or external command.
Okay, you haven't installed that. Then try to run the command npm install.
Yes, in npm install.
Yeah, I will demonstrate in the terminal. Npm install npm install -c Ganesha -cli. So if you are globally installing, maybe the system will ask for the sudo permission. So you are using the Linux machine, right?
And no, I'm using Windows.
If you are using Windows, then you have to go to the browser. Just take your browser
Yes, sir.
and type Ganesha truffle. You can see this Ganesha truffle suite.
Yes, sir.
Then you can download here. This is Linux one. You having a Windows one inside that website based on the platform. Have you seen this?
Yes, but I have already installed Ganesha.
But that is not recognizing. Maybe it is inside any local folder or anywhere. It is not globally accessible. Maybe
Oh, okay.
just
I will
download.
again
Yeah,
install.
just download and reinstall.
Okay.
So maybe the problem with the 1 minute. Maybe the problem
Yes.
you install in Windows, right? So just
Yes.
go to your Windows area. This Windows icon. Just click the
Yes.
Windows icon and type Ganesha. You can see the application there. Maybe
Yes, I can see.
just open that. Then some quick start or something will be there inside the
Okay.
application. You start that.
It takes some time always.
Okay. After opening that, there's in the landing page you can see some quick start or something.
Okay.
Then quick start will click the quick start. Then you can landed into another page with the network details and all. Probably.
It's not yet open, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Take time. So any other having the same problem or any other issues? Anyone?
Sir, can I use the Windows 7 machine for installing Ganesha?
I can't get you. Can you please repeat?
Can I install on Windows 7 machine? Ganesha can be installed on Windows 7?
Windows 7. I don't know the platform dependency of that application. Most probably you can.
Okay.
Because most of these blockchain developments is happening in Linux or a Mac kind of environment. That is why we are mostly preferring the Linux systems for the development.
Linux system.
Yeah, we are not using Windows. Windows is mostly useful in that case of Microsoft level languages. Means all those Microsoft level languages and applications, Visual Studio Code, all those things, Visual Studios, and all those applications are good in Windows. But for other development, mostly preferring Linux.
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that later on Linux machine, but right now I just
Yeah, one thing I can do after this session, I can share all these document. I will prepare my own documentation of Truffle and how to run these things, and you can follow after that.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please.
Actually, sir, I am also using Windows machine and I am facing same problem.
Okay, what's the problem?
That same Ganache,
Ganache
that
is not
is
working.
not, yeah, not
So have you
working.
installed
And
that?
yes, actually we installed, sir, but the same problem with Truffle also. So there is, I think, if we have a EVM virtual machine, means if virtual box is there,
Yeah.
VM box.
Yeah.
If VM box is there on Windows machine, then
Yeah.
is it possible to execute all these
Yeah, it is
commands?
possible to execute, but while you are creating a Linux virtual machine, what you have to do is you have to download the Ubuntu image file first,
Yeah.
or operating system file. Then you can create a instance of that Ubuntu inside your Oracle VM machine or anything.
Okay.
So I'm actually working like that.
So
My Linux is
actually
working.
means best way to do all this blockchain application. Best way use Linux operating system.
Yeah, most of the companies are preferring Ubuntu platform, Ubuntu.
Okay.
Because Ubuntu having all the supports.
Because till morning it was fine, but after that Truffle, I get stuck.
Yeah, some problem is we are dealing with the PowerShell in Windows.
Yeah.
So some problem
Yes.
that some policies of the Windows we want to violated while installing some of these applications. That may be some vulnerability, that may cause some vulnerability in your system, that may lead to some attacks. Okay, so that is why
Yeah.
we are not using Windows.
Yes, sir. Still, it is okay because you are explaining each and everything, so we are getting that.
Okay.
But if it will be better if you provide that
Yeah,
documentation, means
definitely I will do
how,
that.
yeah, so that we can do it later on also.
Yeah, this is what I have done here in my terminal. Can you see this in my terminal?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what I have done is I have created an instance of my smart contract. Instance in the sense, okay, so this is my smart contract, right? Deployed smart contract, core set row. Okay. Then what I have done is I have created an instance for that smart contract where I have created an instance equal to await. Await is operation in JavaScript. We are actually Node.js. We are actually using, and core set row is the contract name dot deployed. While that time I am getting bytecode of the smart contract. Deployed bytecode is what, and contract address, from which address, and all the details related to the contract I am getting. Just getting the instance. Then after that, defining instance, just write in the console again instance dot your contract function. Any method you define, set instructor, get instructor, anything. So that function will instance dot that function name and pass the argument of that function. Then you will get a transaction receipt like this. This is the same kind of transaction receipt you will getting in the Remix IDE, but much more easier because you need not want to copy and paste. You need not want to connect multiple things, which is much more easier. If you want to redeploy your contract, yeah, please.
Sir, I have started Ganache. So what we have to do after that? Edit the network settings. Huh?
There's a quick start.
Quick start. That is quick start.
Yeah.
Yes, quick start is there.
Just click on that.
And from there, yes.
Then it is landing into another page, right?
Yeah.
What is showing inside that page? I can't see that.
So there I can see the networks.
Networks details or port number
details
and all those things are there.
No, so to get the port number and all, I have to click on the settings. I have clicked on the settings. Okay. So when I clicked on the settings, first of all, there is workspace name, and second one is the server.
Okay.
So In that host name, there we can give the loopback address, and the port number is 7545 now.
That is the default port number of Ganache.
Port number.
You can
So
use
that
that also. But you need to change that 7545 in the Truffle configuration file.
Okay, so if it is 8549 in Truffle configuration, the port number here to be 8549, right?
Yeah, same.
And the network ID can be anything.
Anything, because I provide network ID as star inside the configuration file.
Star.
So it will understand
Okay.
anything. It will accept any network.
Then save and restart, right?
Yep.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And now I am winding up this Truffle session here. So now we are going to develop a DApp, a small DApp, very small one. For that, you just take, you have VS Code, right? Everybody having VS Code, Visual Studio Code editor. Participants. VS Code inside your machine. And Windows and Linux, anyone, everybody can easy to install Visual Studio Code inside your machine. So just go to VS Code inside your browser, and Visual Studio Code. This first one, take it, or either one you can download. Click on the download. It will specify all the platform one. If you are using Linux, choose .deb1. If you are using Windows, for Windows 7, 8, 10, it is compatible, and you can download for Windows also. Based on the 64 and 32 bit, you know that your machine is 64 or 32. Based on that, you can download. Please download that one. Sandeep, are you there?
Yeah, I am downloading.
Yeah, okay. Please download that. So please copy the smart contract code inside the chat. If it is done, please let me know. Guys, you copy the smart contract. System or hand. Sandeep? Hello? Sandeep?
Yeah, hello.
Sandeep, my system got stuck at just 5 minutes.
Okay.
Sunila, are you there?
Yes,
Yeah, what's the problem? What is the file extension? You asked something about that.
actually, when I opened the Visual Studio,
Okay.
so they asked me the file name. I opened the blank project.
Set connection filter.
So they asked
Okay.
me the file extension.
Yeah,
But
just what you have to do is just open this file. Just click the file. Or you
which
one you want to do is first to go to your file structure, just to file manager. Okay, wherever it is. Just create a new folder inside anywhere in your Windows machine or Linux machine. Okay. Then in the click the file in Visual Studio and open folder.
Okay.
Okay. Then open that particular folder.
तो यही मुझे आ रहा था तो लास्ट टाइम जैसे कर रहे थे गेट कनेक्शन स्ट्रिंग है ना वहाँ पे
Have you done that?
Just a minute, sir.
Okay.
वहाँ पे सब सही है कैसे
Yes.
ठीक है गेट
You
कनेक्शन
done it. So please open that folder by using clicking file and open folder.
फुल स्क्रीन करो
So I have to store that file into that folder.
Yeah, just while you are opening that folder, I have created a file called a folder called demo in the right side of my screen. Have you seen that? Here.
कनेक्शन स्ट्रिंग क्या जनरेट होगा
In the right.
अच्छा
Yes,
Then
yes.
click this new file. Have you seen this icon? New file.
ये कॉपी करके रखो
This new file. Have you seen this?
मैं जो अभी गेट कनेक्शन स्ट्रिंग में है ना
In the right. Inside your folder. This is the folder name.
हाँ जो अभी लिखा है
Probably
सामने
in your machine, this will be in the left side of your panel. This for my comfortable.
That menu.
ताकि मैं रेफरेंस रहे कि इससे
So have you opened your folder inside the VS Code?
Yes, I opened that code.
So it is showing inside the left side of your panel.
Yes.
So likewise, your folder name and some icon will be there.
Yes.
Then click this plus new file. New file. Have you got it? New file. Just click the new file.
That folder is not opening. Yes. Now it is opening. And
new file.
there is add option is there. So after add new file.
Yeah, plus new file. That plus icon.
Okay. And here I have to give the file name.
Name it your for contract name. This the contract name .sol. Any name. It's no problem.
Okay.
Any other doubt? Anybody?
जैसे कैरेक्टर पे तो डबल कोट है
Sir, can you repeat the step after opening that folder?
After opening the folder, you can
is there yes अच्छा is there yes sorry
inside the left side of your panel.
special
characters the folder is listed there.
Yeah,
it's
just
on there.
special characters
this icon right side.
I think your screen is not shared. You have shared the window only. I am not seeing your Explorer. I can see that scripting file and all.
You cannot see that.
Internet properties. Yes.
You are not seeing that.
Present what you have shared is your desktop is seen there.
Okay, the VS Code is not.
Yeah, it's there.
It's there. So I changed the panel.
VS Code is there. VS Code is there.
Yeah. I that folder right side for my inconvenience. Okay. Just create a new file and name it as f for contract name.sol and paste it.
File to be named as contract.sol.
Yeah. So what you have to do, I am going to create a new folder first. Okay, inside my file manager, I'm going to create a folder Solidity. It's the folder name. I'm going to open by using this Visual
हो गया
Studio.
क्या डाउनलोड हो गया इंस्टॉल हो गया आपका
Open folder. Then I'm checking for Solidity. So this is a folder I'm going to open here, and this is shown in the right. Okay. Then what you have to do is take the terminal. You can see the terminal on top. New terminal. Okay, take the new terminal and do one thing, npm init. Okay.
इसीलिए बोल रहे हैं कि डेंजरस आपका अभी सी ड्राइव में है ना एक बार उसको हटा के
npm init,
Sir,
and
can you unmute the
everything you can keep it left. Just click enter, like this. It's going.
जो हमारा डिजिटल
And other name is
अच्छा एक मिनट ये फाइल
license also
टेम
enter.
फाइल दिखा रहा है
And this is okay. Just write yes. So finally, you can see there's a package.json file. After doing this.
Hello, someone else sound is disturbing. Actually, the host can unmute them, I think.
I can do that.
अरे सेट कनेक्शन में स्ट्रिंग वन है हाँ
I think now it's okay. It's fine now.
Sandeep, you done that?
Yes, yes.
Just do one thing. Just take the
sir.
terminal. Yeah.
Actually, after creating Solidity folder, okay,
Yeah.
I opened that folder in VS Code.
Yeah.
Then
Open
you
folder.
said,
Yeah.
then you said that we have to write that npm something
npm
command,
init.
npm in,
Init.
but
In the terminal.
I'm not getting that terminal.
In the top, you can see the terminal here.
Just wait.
In the top of the VS Code, in the file.
Okay.
Yeah, new terminal. Take the new terminal.
Yes.
Control
Yes,
Shift.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Then type the command npm init. npm init. Have you got that npm init command? After npm init,
yes, sir.
yeah,
Yes.
something will come, package name.
Yes. Yes.
Just simply enter. Just click the enter key. Up to this is okay. Up to this is okay. Then type yes.
Okay.
Then you can see a
Type
package.json file is created inside your folder.
After S, it is showing the whole
okay.
path of Solidity folder.
Yeah, inside the Solidity folder, you can see a package.json file is created.
Okay.
So after that, inside your Solidity folder, just click new file and name it as index.html.
Okay.
Then we are going to write the HTML code here. Okay. Just write exclamation and press the tab button. Then you will get a skeleton structure of HTML. What you have to do is just one exclamation and the tab. Just click the tab. Then you will get this content. This title is dapp. And after doing this, inside the body, you have to open a div. Div means I hope you guys know this HTML well. Div container. in window, Sunila, have you got the terminal?
No, sir.
So take your VS Code, open your VS Code in the top. Have you seen this? The top in the file section.
Actually, sir, I am using Windows application.
Yeah, whatever it is, you just open your VS Code.
Yes, sir.
So on top, you can see a terminal. On top of
No,
your VS
sir.
Code.
There is a debug option.
No, you go run terminal help, like in the file area, the file edit, all this section. Have you seen that in the top of your VS Code?
No, there are some menus: file, edit, view, project, debug, test,
There is no terminal.
analyze. No terminal.
So maybe the problem with the older version, maybe.
Okay.
So have you checked that somewhere else the terminal will be there?
Okay.
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 After I will demonstrate fast because we have very limited time. What I have to do is have you seen this code? I hope you can see my code. Is that visible?
Yes,
Sandeep?
yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Everybody.
Yes. Yes, sir.
What I have do is I have created a container. Container name is class name is container itself. Div division we are creating. Its class name is container. Inside that there is a heading instructor. Okay, just a name instructor, and another heading for H2 instructor. Its ID is instructor, and labeling. I need two values as an input. Okay, for that what I have done is I have created label tag for name itself instruct, and for that particular label name is instructor name, and I want to fetch that value. For that I want to create an input field. So for the input field ID is name, so input type will be the text. Okay, the same I need to get the instructor age. So the label is instructor age. For name, instructor age will be showing in the HTML page, and the input will be the I am collecting the age, and the input type is text, and I need to update that value by clicking a button. So I am creating a button with ID equal to button, and just neglect this one and update. Just do this inside the body of your HTML. Should I want to copy and paste this code in the chat? Sandeep or anyone, is that required?
No, no, sir. We are typing.
Okay. Anyway, I will copy and paste it. Any doubt you can refer that. Okay. Then after doing this, what you have to do is in the right side or in the left side of your VS Code, you can see this icon, extension. Okay, just click on that extension and search for live server. Live server. Click on the live server and install it. I have already installed, that is why it's showing uninstall and disable. You will be having a button with the install button. Just click install. In the extension area, this is the extension area, this 4 boxes. Only this thing, board, inside the body you have to write
So
this.
what we have to search?
Live server. In the extension, just search live server, LIVE, live server.
Yes, yes. Then which server, sir, we have to install, because there are so many?
This one, live server with the
launcher develop.
Yeah, 5.6.1 live server.
Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Have you done that? Then what you have to do is just right click in your page and open with the live server. So this will show like this, but in your page will not look like this much beautification. So normal page, maybe if you are creating a without using the bootstrapping concepts or all those things, your page will not look like this, but all these field will be there: instructor name, instructor page, and an update button. So have you done this basic code, this div? Sandeep? Sandeep, yes. Okay. So after this, so have you installed the live server by using the extension?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes. Then right click your HTML page and open with the live server.
Yes.
Then it will
Open.
be automatically open in your browser with
Yes.
some port number. Okay. Then what you have to do is you seen your HTML page, right? Have you seen your HTML page in that browser?
Yes, yes, yes.
So for the beautification, it is not needed. I have done a beautification. That is why these links are actually for the beautification, font awesome and the materialized of bootstrapping. That is not required. But you have to take your terminal again. Terminal. So what you have to do is npm install. Have you done that? Npm install
Yes.
web3 0.19.0 and space minus minus save, save. Please do that. I will put it in the chat. npm install web3 0.19.0 minus minus save. Just do that, because why I am installing web3 here is we write HTML page, right? So we want to interact our HTML page with the backend smart contract by using a JavaScript file. Okay. So have you installed that?
Yes.
And this jQuery is also important. I will share this jQuery script in the chat. Just copy paste after that body div. Okay, after the div, main div. Okay, no problem, right? The script. So the web3 is installed, successfully installed, I think. I hope everybody installed web3.js in your machine, and you can check in your package.lib.json package log.json file. There will be your web3 will be listed. Here you can see the web3 is listed in the package log.json, which is the version is 0.19.0. This should be the version. Okay. And you have to return this extension. What you have to do is, after installing the web3, there is a node module will be available in inside your folder. Am I correct? Then after doing this, just script src equal to the inside the double quote dot slash node modules, this file, this folder node module web3 dist slash web3 min.js. While typing, you will get that thing. This is on top of the head, not inside the body. Sandeep or anyone, any doubt you have? Have you write this code? Vaishali is there? Yeah,
Sir,
Vaishali, just
I am
want
not
to
able to add that index.html file.
inside your folder. After opening the folder in the VS Code, you have seen this icon, right? New file.
Yes.
Click on that and type index.html in the white space. Have you got it?
But I am not getting the code over there, the HTML code.
If you want to get the HTML structure, what you have to do is open that HTML file and type exclamation shift plus one or exclamation. You know the exclamation, right? Exclamation mark.
Okay. Can you type that in
Yeah,
the
sure.
chat window?
No problem. I can create another one. Just see this index1. I am creating a file. Here you can see HTML. Okay, index1.html. Just write exclamation. Okay. Can you see
Okay.
my screen? Exclamation. Then press the tab key. Tab. Just
Okay.
tab. So this will
Okay.
generate the skeleton of an HTML.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. I hope everybody write this source file, this script thing is on top of the head. Then after that, not this one, this one on top of the head. Then after that, what you have to do is you have to open a script tag. Inside that, what we are checking is if type of web3 not equal to undefined, then web3 equal to new web3 of web3 dot current provider. Current provider is our test network or anything which is running with this port number. If it is not working, then it will be directly moved to here. Web3 provider dot HTTP provider is localhost 8545. Okay. Then after that, we are setting our default account web3 dot eth dot default account equal to web3 dot eth dot accounts of 0. Okay. This is setting a default account. This may be coming from the test network, but we have one. I am consoling that.
You are taking leave. No.
Then hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Sandeep, I am audible.
Yes.
Yeah. The thing is, what after you are declaring the jQuery and all, you have to open a script tag for writing a JavaScript code. Okay. Open a script tag. Then inside that, what I have written, I will share the code. No, don't worry, because we have very limited time window here. Then if type of web3 equal to undefined, web3 equal to new web3 of current provider. If any other provider of any other network is open, this will be fetch that thing. Otherwise, we are providing our test network to connect with this application. Okay, is that clear? Sandeep or anyone?
Yes.
That clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, we are connecting with our test network. Then after that, we are setting a default account. What is web3.eth.default account equal to web3.eth.accounts of 0. So we are connecting with a test network and we are fetching the first account as a default one. Then I am just consoling it. So we can open that thing and I can see inspect, and in the console you can see there is an address, right? Have you seen that one? This one, have you seen this?
Where to see, sir? Where to see?
Just you open
right
the
click.
live server, right click, there is an inspect.
Inspect element.
Yeah, but you haven't write the code maybe in the console.
Yes, yes. There is something. What should we have to check?
You have to write the code inside the index.html
Okay.
like this. Otherwise, it won't show that. Okay.
Okay.
I am actually consoling that address. Then after that, what I am doing is I am saving my contract ABI web3.eth.contract of this one is the ABI of a smart contract. This one up to here. ABI means so okay, what I can open. You know, in Remix we can get that thing. Restore. So this is the code. This is the code what we are compiling right now. Okay, so we are compiling, we are getting an ABI. This ABI we are copying from this Remix IDE. Okay, then after copying that ABI, what I am doing is I am going to create a variable called Cosetro. Sorry, not this one. Create a variable called Cosetro contract equal to web3.eth.contract of that particular ABI. I am pasting that ABI inside this curly brace. Up to here, that is the ABI is pasted. Then what I have done is I am going to deploy the contract inside that Remix IDE by connecting with my web3 provider 8545. I am running, most probably I am running a test network. Then I'm clicking the deploy button. What I am getting is a contract address, right? Deployed contract address. I copy the contract address from the Remix IDE and I'm pasting where Cosetro equal to Cosetro contract, that ABI dot at that deployed contract address. Okay, I'm pasting that one here. Then I am consoling the thing it is working or not. I will check that. Then there are two functions in the contract. What are the two functions? Set instructor and get instructor. So what I have done here is this get instructor function. If error or result, we are passing the error if it is result. If not equal to error, what it is going to do is this instructor is from here. Here we have an instructor, right? This h2, the h2 tag, the id is instructor. From in the HTML, that h2 tag, there is where it is placed. There we are actually passing the output instructor.html of result of 0. Result of 0 means, sorry. So here you can see that I am getting an array of value 0 and 1. Okay, 0 and 1 position. All these position we are actually using. So one thing is you have to interact with your contract from this console also. Cosetro dot your contract set instructor function, and you are passing the parameter as name Abhilash and your age equal to 25 and clicking enter. So you are getting the response from that blockchain network to your browser console. So it is working fine. So what I am going to do here is that function dot in that id of that h2 tag dot html of result of 0th position plus result of first position plus year old. If it is a value of 25, then it will display like 25 years old. Then console dot result that thing. Okay, if it is an error, it will showing an error. And after that, set instructor function inside the Cosetro is coming from here. Cosetro equal to deployed contract ABI stored variable dot at contract deployed address. So the Cosetro dot function name set instructor of the name what we are getting from the HTML tag, this input name ID, input field ID. So from this input HTML, we are getting the input name that we are passing here, and from that input age also we are getting. Okay, that thing we are passing here. And after running this, what we are getting here is instructor name. We are passing as Abhilash and the age is 25. Then trying to update, you can see the name is updated here successfully. Sandeep, is
Yeah.
that clear? Or I will definitely share the code with you.
Okay.
Because this is some extent complicated, or is that easy for you? I don't know the proficiency in HTML, in JavaScript of all of you.
Actually, sir, you said that we have to copy that ABI. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
And you are saying that you are going to copy and paste that same code. It will work for us also.
Yeah,
because
what I have done is the common contract I shared first with all of you. Yes, that contract what I have copied in the remix IDE and I compiled it.
Yes.
While compiling, you can see the ABI. This ABI
yes,
is unique for this contract for everyone.
Okay.
Okay. So the code will be worked. Okay.
And one more thing, after deploy, again you copied something that I didn't get.
Then after that, what I have done is I just go to the deployment area here, and I connect with the test network.
Okay.
Test network with this configuration means this one, HTTP localhost 8545.
Okay.
I have running a test network with this port number, RPC port number. Okay.
Okay.
Then so what I have done is I go to here Web3 provider, I choose that 8545 and I got all the test addresses here. Then using that first address, because I set my first address as the default one using for deploying the contract inside the JavaScript code, right? That I am shown here. This one, this line. So I choose the first address. Okay. Then I deployed it. Deploying time, what I am getting a contract deployed address. I copied from here. Okay. That address I want to use here, where inside this is ABI. Here, this is ABI. This variable is actually storing ABI dot at deployed contract address. This address is varying for everyone.
Now,
whatever you are using, yeah, correct.
One more thing that now after running, I am getting localhost as 127.0.0.1:5500. That means my port number is 5500.
No,
so,
that is actually live server.
Okay.
That is not connecting here.
Okay. Then if now in Remix IDE, whenever we are connecting with Web3 provider, then at that time whether we have to
you have to run the test network, because in my first
5500
no.
Then
here I haven't mentioned 5500. This is 8545.
8545 means we have to keep it as 8545
no
only.
Anything because I am running a test network with 8545. If you are running Ganache CLI or anything, just write Ganache CLI space -p and whatever port number you are using, just mention. So Ganache will run with that port number. So mention the same port number of Ganache here.
Here. Sir, वो Ganache वो
so whatever you are running, yeah. Just
that Ganache I was getting error for that, but again if I try whether I should open it in PowerShell or Node.js command prompt or normal command prompt on my Windows.
If you are using Windows, probably it will be in PowerShell.
PowerShell, okay. Yeah. Okay, so in PowerShell.
So whatever test network you are running, that port number and connectivity should be mentioned here.
Okay.
If it is a Ganache by default, it will be localhost 7545.
No, on PowerShell, what I have to write Ganache --CLI.
You have installed Ganache CLI?
Yes. Yeah. I installed.
Ganache CLI it will work. Ganache -CLI.
Okay.
It's not working.
No. So there might be spelling mistake.
Okay. Ganache GANACHE -CLI.
No, It's showing error.
What
It
is
is
the error?
not recognized.
Maybe
The
it is
term
not installed
NH.
properly. It is not installed properly in your machine. That is why it is not recognizing. So this is in the front end. What I have done is I put a instructor name here and put an age. Okay, and update it. So you can check in the blockchain by using the remix itself. Here you can get function also working, right? Set function I access from the HTML page. So I am using this get function. The same value will be displayed, right? Have you seen here? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Yeah. So this is a value I updated from the HTML page. Okay.
Yes.
So the entire DApp is working properly.
Okay.
So I am changing the value to Anjali. Okay, the name age is 24. Then I am updating what it is showing here. The name is changed. Anjali, 24 years old. So we can check in the here. This change type Anjali and age 24. I hope you can see that. See that it is changing. Update is working.
Yes.
So, so what I have done is I have returned an HTML file first. Inside an HTML, you can define the form or anything. You can get the value from the user by this way or whatever way you are interested in. You can design your page, and jQuery is very important. And after that, this code Web3 should be defined. Web3 is the library which is connecting your front end or front end input value to the contract and contract from the front end back, vice versa. Actually, whatever happening in the contract, the response will be coming back to the UI also through this Web3.js library. So this will be look like this. Is there any doubt? We can almost the time's up. Is there any further question on the blockchain doubts or anything about the DApp, anything what we have learned till now? Sandeep, any doubt? Anyone?
I think we will go through this once more. We will see the video and they will try to do it completely.
Yeah, what I can do is I will share the entire code with you, Sandeep, and you can share with the entire participants, or I will share inside that drive whatever you have shared.
You share that drive.
Yeah, that is okay, fine. So now you understood that this is very easy to create a DApp. This is not that much complication, right?
Actually, we got a feel how to implement.
Yeah, so now you understand there is a front end, it is working, and the backend code we can write, and it is connecting to a smart contract only through the ABI and deployed contract address. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So any further sessions you require, just contact Sandeep, and Sandeep can connect with me. If it is feasible, I will definitely come up with some other session for anyone.
So I would like to call upon Vaishali, ma'am, to express his view about the session, because we have a 5-hour session was there. Five sessions were there from yesterday onwards. So what's her opinion about this? Hello, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Abhilash sir, for his sessions on Truffle, Web3.js, DApp development. We are listening to him since yesterday, and he is answering all the participants' query very nicely with proper explanation. On behalf of all the participants, I would like to thank him for his patience in guiding us, as well as all the organizers, LBS College of Engineering, Sandeep sir. On behalf of all the participants, I will appreciate your efforts for teaching us in this workshop. Thank you, sir, for such a nice session, and we hope to hear from you in the future also. Thank you, sir.
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Actually, from my own view, what I feel is that I have attended a lot of blockchain workshops.
Okay.
In that, most of the things will be in a theoretical mode, and we will not get what it is actually doing. So you show us how it is working.
Yes. So
Thank you very much.
yeah,
for that.
in my opinion, blockchain is it's a very vast topic. So we have to done our hands-on project work and everything continuously. Then only we will understand. Okay, some difficulty might come. Then we want to learn continuously. Then only the blockchain will be a good tool to understand or a good tool to do the DApps.
I think we got the confidence to do something.
Yeah, definitely.
That's nice.
That's pleasure for me.
So I think we will conclude. Thank you, Abhilash, for coming here and taking the
Sir,
session.
can you share your mail ID so we can contact you for our queries?
Definitely. Here, where I can share in the chat.
I have shared your biodata in that resource folder. Okay, you can share that mail ID here also. You can view that also.
Yeah, I shared my Outlook mail ID here. And just 1 minute, Sandeep, I will share my card also.
Okay, sure.
Okay, just 1 minute, just hold on.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. More minutes. Card. Yeah. Okay. Let's chat file from my computer. Okay, it's not available. This one. Sure. Sandeep, I shared a file. Is that visible?
Okay, let me
In the
download
chat.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, I share the screen also here. Is that visible for all the participants?
Yes.
Okay, you can contact me through WhatsApp or LinkedIn, and I have a email address, abhilash.diksha@outlook.com, and this is a small website of what I have doing on blockchain.
Okay, thank you, Abhilash.
Yeah, thank you, Sandeep, and thank you all.
I think we will close now. We'll break for lunch and we'll come at 2 o'clock. Our last session from 2 o'clock. So exam time is at 3:30 only. Okay. That's only a small exam. Don't worry about that. Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Clear answer.
I'm audible, right? Okay.
Yes, yes, yes. Clear.
Okay.
Okay. We'll start at 2 o'clock.
Okay, sure. Sandeep, I'm just going to share my screen. Just let me know if it is coming okay.
It's coming okay, sir. It's coming, sir. We will wait for 2 more minutes.
Sure.
Can you make it full screen, sir? It's already full screen, I think. It's full screen.
So the entire part of the screen is coming online, right? There's no,
Yes,
no part which is covered, right? Okay.
No, it's coming.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, I think we will start our last session of this FTP. I would like to call upon Kailas to introduce the speaker. Kailas, please.
Screen. Next session is taken by Mr. Jayasurya V. Chandrasekharan, Principal Consultant, CTK Infrastructure Private Limited, Kochi, who gonna take a session on business perspective from blockchain implementation project. He is digitalization consultant and process specialized in insurance domain. He held a master's of business administration with specialized in property and consultant in insurance from National Insurance Academy, Pune. Executive postgraduate in management from Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode. It's my pleasure to welcome you, sir, to the platform. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you, Kailas, for that introduction. The topic that was suggested for me to take during the session is on business perspectives from blockchain implementation projects. So the reason being that I was involved very closely with some blockchain implementation projects and was acting as a consultant, bridging the gap between some of the clients and the technology people, providers, and while bridging the gap, there were certain issues that used to come up because most of the time what happens is that you have a problem that come up, and there is a group of people who will sit together to find a solution for it, and the technologies that are prevalent during that time is put together and asked. There are questions being asked as to which technology will work best, and most of the time, I'm talking about some couple of years back, 2017, 2018, when many of these names were like on the height of the hype cycle. So blockchain was one of the technologies was on the top of the hype cycle during that period. So one trend that was doing the rounds those days were can we apply blockchain to that particular business problem, irrespective of what the problem may be. So because it is thought that blockchain will solve all the problems that you can imagine in the world, because of the reason that there is a trail. Say in 1980s, it was thought about internet in that way, right? When computers get networked, and you will have a very shrinked world at some point of time, and people started thinking that e-commerce will become easier, distribution of things will become easier, communication will become easier because the computers are networked, and you can do all these transactions over networks of computers which are interconnected. So, and internet became real over a period of time. By 2020, now you can see e-commerce happening through internet. You can see Uber working. You can call a cab and go to the nearest places where you want to go. you can see movies on Netflix or Amazon Prime or anything. You can select the movie that you want to watch and then enjoy it online. Through YouTube, you can see whatever kind of videos that are there in any particular subject. You can create videos and distribute it to the world. You can create a channel, start a channel, and show it to the world, right? So, and so all that changed, and now there is this buzzword which is promising that 20 years from then, you're going to change everything. There is going to be much more changes, and the internet technologies that have come up till that time is kind of a platform for getting to that next stage. So it is the next leap, and people started putting money on that, right? And yeah, so every technology, if you look at it, right, there is a period when it has to build up. The background has to be built up, and then it has to come to the stage where it starts giving results to the people, right, to users of that technology. And then use cases start getting developed as to how it can help a particular group of users or a target customers, and how this technology is going to change their lives. And when people, mostly startups, right, mostly startups or companies, small companies which are thinking about particular solutions for particular problems, and big companies providing platform for that, right? And then these solutions keep happening, and then there's a bigger level of platforms being built which serve the requirements of communities, right? So that was being built, and people thought, yeah, this is the next level that you will reach, where everything that you were doing, every laws of the game, every business game that was being played over a period of time is going to change, right? So things are happening, right? That is why there is so much enthusiasm, not just on the height of the hype cycle in 2017, 2018, but then things are being built, and there is a lot of research that is going on, like say in Kerala itself, Kerala Blockchain Academy is doing a lot of work on that, and there are many other institutions that are doing work. There are engineering colleges who have divisions within their department, computer science or IT department, which is specializing in blockchain, doing projects for various things, having incubators within them that are addressing specific problems, right? So all these things are happening, and they're hoping that at one point of time there will be adoption, a larger range of adoption, and because of which many more businesses will be spawned, and you'll see a kind of a change in trend with respect to what internet had left till that point of time. So that is the actual context where we are coming from. So when you look at businesses, projects that you want to do, and what solutions you are giving to business for with technology as the offering, how do you look at it? What are the perspectives that we have? I'm not saying that I have all the perspectives, but then what I felt when I got involved in multiple projects is what I wanted to share with you, and that may be of great, I mean, some help to you is what I'm hoping. So when internet was kind of solving problems, there were mainly I mean, 4 different things that it was trying to solve, right? I mean, as I was saying, there was this communication problem. That means internet made the world a smaller place. You can now send emails or WhatsApp right now, right? Every moment you're sending WhatsApp chats across, so that you're connected with the world. You are distributing things around the world through Amazon. You can order something and it comes to your doorsteps. I mean, particularly at the time of Corona, right? I mean, people could not go out of their houses, and there are more and more internet companies who were getting a lot of business with respect to supplying things to the houses, and groceries and vegetables, all distributed through the internet companies, intermediaries, which will distribute it to your doorstep. And then there is some information need. You can get whatever information you want at the doorsteps. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that internet solved many problems and created a bigger problem, is what I was getting to. Because what you see is that there are a lot of larger intermediaries that are there. You started depending on these bigger intermediaries like Uber or Amazon, or these bigger intermediaries started taking the forefront in the businesses that came upon, right? And then there became a gap for what could be the next level of business or next level of solution that can happen in the future, right? And maybe in the last 4 or 5 days, you would have seen what blockchain does bring about to this new world, the internet world. Is something which is very innate to human, a feeling or kind of a emotion that is very innate to human, which is replacing, right? Like when you're doing business with somebody, right? We have to have that feeling with that somebody to do that business. When you're partnering in a business, we need to have that feeling to that person to go on with the business, right? The feeling of trust, right? So that is what blockchain is kind of bringing to the forefront and making it something that can be run through networks and systems. So when that is done, then what is going to happen is that all these bigger intermediaries that are created by internet will have a lesser role. I mean, increasingly and progressively will have lesser role, and there will be more transparency with respect to transactions that will happen. Say, for instance, sending money, right? Banks are the trusted way of sending money for people, because you put in your deposit in a bank, right? You take loans from a bank, and you trust that your money is safe there. And because bank is an intermediary, and we have seen many times, right, where banks are going wrong because they have given money to the wrong person, and they create a lot of non-performing assets because they didn't plan it well. They didn't look through the credentials of people whom they are giving money, and so the trust factor get affected because of that, right? So then progressively these gaps which require you to have this particular thing called trust to be enabled in a much more democratic way became a necessity. And that is where blockchain and the technologies of having a distributed way of people coming together and doing business, right, is getting so much of attention. So with that context, I would like to look at the agenda, set the agenda for this particular session. And I'm looking at 3 perspectives, that's it. One is when you're looking at a project, and I would like to explain it with a case or a project that I've come across, I've been part of, and explain to you how it is important to have that perspective and how to look at it, right? So first of all is force fitting technology, and this comes all the time, right? And because you are in a world where you have to present your project or an idea to a group of people who are going to fund you, right? And if those people have to get enthusiastic about your problem, your solution for an idea, you have to make them show things which give that kind of enthusiasm and technology. And the next level of technology is one way of doing that, right? And blockchain was being that buzzword for quite a long time. It became fashionable to put that word out there and attract people to it, and sometimes slip them away from the outcome that they want to achieve, which is more or less, I mean, from an investor point of view, is getting money, right? You're investing money, you need to make money out of it. So that sometimes get camouflaged when you say that, oh, this technology is going to make it great, while you may not even know that this kind of a problem can be solved by blockchain itself, right? And that's one perspective which I wanted to bring to fore using one of the cases that I have. Second is a perspective of clarity of requirements, and this holds good for any kind of project if you look at it, right? You need to have the clarity of requirements, but then if you have blockchain in it, right, and if you don't think through the problem in its entirety, because you need to have why that idea as to why you're applying blockchain. Is it because there is a consensus needed between multiple parties, right? Say it's a financial institution, right, and you have multiple financial institutions which are equal parties to do a business, and if you need to arrange them in such a way that you have a 51-49 consensus that has to be arrived at, right, while you're putting it together, then you have to achieve it. So whether the clarity of requirements part is something that you are looking at, and you need to achieve, you need to think through, and in a blockchain kind of scenario, you have to really do that before the project itself. Sometimes in other projects, you have the luxury of seeing that, okay, if something doesn't work, we'll get to another method, or so on, right? Because right now, the developers who are doing that are also blessed, and you'll have to find the people who are aware of how it is done. Then you have to partner people. There is a lot of work that is involved, and resource and money is involved in it, for which you need that planning. So that is the second perspective that I wanted to bring to fore. And third perspective is about the outcome-based approach, where you need to have a clarity on that outcome that you're trying to achieve. And in that particular case, for instance, it is the outcome that was important more than anything else. How you do it was not important at all. And even if you apply any particular technology or not was not even important. And so that is another way of looking at it, which I wanted to talk about. Right. So with that context and agenda, let me look at some of the things that we used to talk about in the time that led to 2020, right? So I'm talking about sometime in 2018, 2019, LinkedIn Learning brought this kind of assessment, which said what are the top 5 soft skills and hard skills that are needed, and the blockchain was one of the top 10 hard skills that was required. And many people started looking at projects in their colleges and institutions before they even apply for a job. And there are many people who are looking for what are the problems that they want to solve, like small projects. Look at this technology, apply Ethereum or Hyperledger Fabric or EOS or any of this technology, and say that, okay, I solved this problem as a project and used a high-end blockchain technology for it. So this was happening, and in 2020, all this Corona-related restrictions happened, and there were some kind of changes that happened. So some of the questions that used to come to me was with respect to how this is going to change, right? And the one question is, why do you believe that blockchain is going to revolutionize the way we do business? So you would have discussed this, right? that blockchain coming in, internet is already there, and there is this higher amount of trust factor that is brought in. So what is blockchain doing in this space, right? It is actually replacing trust with mathematics. So you have a node, you have something which says that your previous node was this, your next node is this. If somebody tries to tamper a record, right, then everything goes wrong, right? So you have a way of looking at provenance, what happened before this, what happened before that. There's a way of establishing trust in the system itself. So that way of looking at it made this entire, I mean, that's why people believe that this is going to revolutionize the way we do business, especially when it is kind of scenarios where fraud is possible. Say, transaction of money. People transacting money, if it is recorded, all these transactions are recorded, and if tampering of any sort happens in between and it is pointed out, there's a red flag that is raised at that point of time, right? You get to know, because nobody can find the hash that has been generated by a computer system. There are numbers that are generated, and nobody can have that kind of a resource to find out, okay, what algorithm generated that particular hash. And so it becomes, from a cryptography point of view, this is a great achievement, saying that nobody is tampering with the data that you have in the system itself. So so the kind of use cases that started emerging was wherever there is a chance of tampering with the data, and there are many use cases that came up. So these are the nails that started. It is a subset of a big set of use cases that started emerging. And one of the areas which I was so much interested was the agriculture sector, right, where you had this option of sharing of farm equipments and organic food distribution. This is a big project that was happening where Walmart was kind of initiating with one of the companies in Kerala, where they were they had this distribution mechanism to find out, okay, how the organic food was coming from one place to another, and there is a record on what the farm activities were, right? So those kind of work that was happening. And if you look at India, for instance, right, we have a special place for all these things, because we, for instance, have the biggest amount of small farmers who are in the fields, and 16% of our GDP comes from agriculture itself. And we have the largest amount of land which is under agriculture, right? Even though we may not be the one which produces the highest amount of harvest per capita. So there is a biggest, there is a lot of opportunity with respect to that particular use case, and many started building solutions around it. And one of the statistic that came out was almost like 12 crore farmers. How after the emergence of this insurance related to small farmers, right? There was a way of looking at how can we group together 12 crore farmers in one way or the other, which makes sure that if there is a loss in crops in a particular area, it is reported properly, and claims can be distributed to those areas, right? So I'll be talking more about that. 2016, there is this Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, and many companies starting to provide solutions for that. So that is one of the cases that I'm looking at. Then this property land management, like Andhra Pradesh, looking at making it digital and in blockchain, right? So that kind of a thing. So many of the East European countries are ahead of us in that. I mean, many times ahead of us in that, in keeping it one digital, second making sure that it's all in blockchain so that anyone can look at the land documents, provenance of who was owning that land piece over a period of time, what kind of changes has happened in that land piece, and how that ownership of that land is going to be affected legally, right? Those kind of problem statements used to be there. And these are, I mean, it's a very good use case if you look at it, right? But then how you look at it and how you solve the problem is also another case. Public sector utility providers, there are, I mean, umpteen number of projects if you can search in the internet on how electricity can be distributed using a kind of a currency that is put up for this. You can have a grid in between, and this grid controls who use more, who use less, and somebody can give the energy that is created more with them to the people who are using. I mean, this is in case of you're having solar panels on top of your houses, and the solar panel creates electricity, and you can distribute to the grid, supply it to the excess to the grid, and the grid helps in redistributing it among the households, right? So a way of making sure that people who are using less is incentivized, and the people who are using more have to pay for it, an additional payment for that. So those kind of use cases. Waste management, for instance, is a big area where how you dispose your particularly battery or other kind of waste that can go into the water table and cause pollution, right? Poisonous pollution, and how you dispose it, and incentives. Like in Germany, they have this incentivization of plastic waste and other chemical waste, right? In the sense where there is a small portion of money that you take along with the product itself, so that when it is recycled back, it is incentivized and given back to the user, the customer. So that kind of so if you have a blockchain behind it, you can monitor who is doing that, who is not doing it, and a way of making sure that every waste is managed and recycled properly. So that is another way of applying this. So education is a big area. Like for instance, Kerala Blockchain Academy have this hash. So you get a certificate from them. You can look at it from through a blockchain, right? You can verify you have the number, and the certificate has this QR code. You can scan the QR code, and you can see it online, right? So you don't have to carry your bunches of certificates to make sure that you have the certificate in it. And in fact, many of the universities are kind of coming forward to have this online, because it's a lot of trouble to have these records maintained as paper in universities, right? And if, for instance, there is a search for veracity of these documents, you have to go through the physical paper, which is time consuming, and somebody has to go physically and take the file off a shelf and then look at the document and then issue a certificate for that, which is a old world way of doing things. And in the new world, what you have to have is a digitally enabled way of putting the certificate, with a provision that nobody can tamper, right? There should not be a fake certificate, education certificate made and then pushed into a university. It should never happen. So you have a way of nobody getting to tamper education certificate. There's a way of checking that, where there's a unique number to it, and there's a unique way of getting that information and the certificate for, say, an employer who is looking at the education qualification of a person, right? Then there is the supply chain for manufacturers. So supply chain is one area where a lot of projects are ongoing, right? And one of the thing was a project called TradeLens, which is done by IBM and Maersk. Many people discuss that, and it's a much celebrated case of an blockchain implementation, where IBM and Maersk, which is like the biggest player in the transportation market, I mean the shipping market, where they own almost 21% of the market share, and they came together and automated and put this thing in blockchain. I mean the entire set of operation. Otherwise, if you look at it, it's a ecosystem that they developed around it, with ports, the transporters, every person on, I mean, a lot of people together in the supply chain, coming together to develop the TradeLens platform. But then for that itself, there was a lag in adoption, right? So that is where I was coming at. Like there are many use cases that are there. There are many applications that you can read into. But then, okay, how would you look at that adoption rate and find, okay, where is it all going, right? So that is a kind of a bottleneck. So in this case particularly, because if you see, Maersk is a big player who's out there, and there are other smaller players who are also there in the market. You always have that trust factor playing there, even though you are doing a project on blockchain, right? And if there is a way in which data goes out or leaks out for all these other players, they had this question. So it takes time for them to accept the entire project, the idea, and then buy onto it, and then come on board, and then go with it, right? I mean, adopt it. So that adoption has a cycle time, and that is happening over a period of time. And another area is the counterfeit medicines. So this is a big piece. For instance, I mean, one of the use case that is discussed a lot is in Cameroon, for instance. There was this cartels that play a big role in bringing medicines. I mean, importing medicines from outside. I mean, maybe the government is importing the medicines, and what they do is they play in between and replace the medicine, or do some amount of changes with respect to the medicine before it actually reaches the customer, right? So to make sure that the right medicines for which the money was paid by the government or agencies like the UN, so if they are putting money, they needed to know who it is getting to, and if the last mile transportation is even tracked, right? Then that gives a lot of confidence for them to putting more money on it. So that needed to be established by the government and other people who are involved in ordering this medicine. So they're looking at these kind of technologies to help in getting this entire process cleared up. Post trade settlement, for instance, is a big thing, particularly with respect to international trades, right? Where you have to make sure that all the money, because it will be a cross-currency trade that will be happening, and you have to make sure that all the exchanges that happen in the process, it's all cleared up before the trade is finalized. So how do you make sure that it happens? Interested in a lot of people in the old world case, right? And a lot of paperwork. I mean, thousands of paperwork that has to happen between, and a lot of intermediaries, including banks and clearing houses, which make sure that these transactions are done. And then there is an incentive for people to keep the money for quite some time, because say there is a float for keeping money, there's a percentage difference, right? So they keep the money for some time so that the percentage comes to them, right? So most of the time, the international clearing agencies or the intermediaries between these banks have to come together. I mean, come and order who has to give the money, and then it has to be settled. So there is a lot of chance to put, I mean, there's a lot of option to put blockchain in between that. And healthcare, for instance, because the medical records, you can't carry these medical records along with you. And there should be a place where all these medical records are stored, and every time you go to a hospital, there should be, I mean, whatever diagnosis or medicines that you're having, the prescriptions that you're having, if there's a place to log it, and you can access it, and every hospital can access it. It's a good way of managing medical records, and many use cases within the healthcare industry where blockchain can be used. In all these nails, for instance, right, where you can use your hammer, which is blockchain. There's one glaring thing that you would see, and whenever you read through all these particular use cases and whoever is doing that, and what's the kind of challenges that they face. One glaring thing is that there will be a big number of people who would not want such a project to come up, right? Because what you are looking at is disintermediation at some point of time, and there are, in every of these areas, of these business areas, there are people who are making money just because the system is not efficient. And all these inefficiencies in the system may be transfer of money from one place to another, and there is a regulation in a particular country with respect to that. Or one hospital don't want an operation that is diagnosed, I mean, because of a diagnosis that was done in that hospital to go to another hospital. Or sharing of a particular information will be detrimental to that particular company, right? And easy flow of information can cause loss of revenue to them, right? So there is lot of reasons because of which people have incentives to not go with such projects, and they will surely cause problems for that. And it's a lot of force that needs to be applied, or a top-down approach that has to come through to get this project together. Or in a more democratized world, people have to come together to make sure that if that is for the greater good of all the people involved, all the stakeholders involved, that should be implemented, like the CODA project, right? CODA, the banking and insurance sector, the financial management sector, people recognize the need for coming together and implementing certain requirements. So there came together an association which helps in finding what kind of requirements are there, what are the solutions that can be brought about in it, and how do you implement that. So that helps in finding the requirements and adding that and coding that in a way, and then that can be adopted by specific groups within that larger group, and that can be adopted by others as well. So that kind of clears the missing links. The gaps will be cleared, and then once the gaps are cleared, you find that there is greater adoption for such projects. So what I'm trying to say is that whenever you are coming to these kind of projects, there is a lot of runway to all these projects, and the earlier view that, okay, this is a quick bucks thing, right? The putting money to a new technology, a new digital technology will be giving you quick bucks. Well, it's not a notion if you can look through all these particular cases and go in detail through it, right? So that is the point that I was getting to. So you would see many of these examples out there. There are there are various big heads into which all the projects that you see, right, can be put in. There are smart contracts that are being built. Digital currency, this is a big area where you have all the cryptos that are working in the market, and how that can be put in a blockchain and help and be helpful in looking at how the transactions are made. Record keeping is another big area in healthcare, or title records, ownership of property, for instance, even the voting that is causing problems, right? The US elections, for instance, there is a lot of paper ballot that get exchanged, and late coming of paper ballots, and people not trusting the system. And then there are social media, which is kind of pushing in news which says that, okay, the voting is corrupt, and there is a lot of mail-in ballot which is not valid at all. Why it is all coming is because the system itself is not flushing out all these issues. If there is a one-to-one mapping of who has the right to vote, and how the voting is done, and whether the vote is recorded or not. So if that chain is established using a technology such as a blockchain, and you make sure that that one-to-one mapping is established and is maintained all through, then there is no problem with respect to that. So there's a lot of things that that is in the runway and has to be adopted. And like Eastern Europe, for instance, is leading the way. Estonia, for instance, is a blockchain country. I mean, Mauritius has declared itself to be a blockchain island. So those kind of adoptions, if it goes and it proves to be useful, and it solves the problem of that trust factor that is inherently causing gaps in societies around the world, right? If that problem is increasingly being solved by the technology, then adoptions will be faster, and you see that more and more economies adopting that, more and more countries adopting that, right? So that is anyway, I mean, it's people are hopeful of the next 20 years for that. So that is where the investments that are coming in are going, right? So, and also the securities part, the money part, debt equity, derivatives, if all these things were, there is a chance of manipulation, and people with big money can do some amount of tampering with respect to that. That's also one area where projects and applications are kind of coming in. And there are also startups that are putting their money into that. And particularly if you look at digital identity as a area, I mean, like for instance, if at all our Aadhaar was kind of done using blockchain, it would have been great, because I mean, there will be only one person, and his identity will be established through the network. Anyone can, I mean, the authorized people can help, can get the information right through a trusted source. And that, I mean, that kind of a way of doing that would have eliminated some mistrust that happened, I mean, while there were court cases related to that and all. Supply chain, for instance, there is a lot of applications that are happening, and small startups are putting in solutions that are helping in a great way. Payments is a big market, you know that, and smart contracts are being written for different, I mean, cases, for instance. And one of the cases that I would like to explain is the notary example. So that is one area where I have got involved in, and I have a perspective that which I want to, maybe I'll go to that particular area and explain that. So you would have heard about this hype cycle. It was very famous because there was this New York-based soft drinks company called Long Island Iced Tea, which changed their name, and there was a 500% share up. And this is a celebrated case of how this hype work in a society where a lot of people are ready to put money on the next big thing, right? So without wasting much time, let me go to that perspective. So let me pause a bit and ask if there is any question that you have before I present the cases that I have. Sandeep,
they can ask question, I think. Hello? Hello?
Oh, I mean, somebody had pointed out that my presentation is stick to the first page only.
Okay.
Oh, is that so? I didn't realize that.
No, you have not changed the slides, sir.
Oh, I mean,
First slide.
is it coming fine now?
No, only the first page we are seeing. I thought you have been talking.
Really? Okay. My screen was being shared. Okay. You should have.
Now it's the second page.
Okay. So maybe I put this on. Okay. So I should have been interrupted in between. So sorry, guys. I mean, I was not looking at the chat and I was like assuming that this is all coming up fine. So I was going through these agenda items and then looking at this and then mathematics and then nails to hammer. Okay, there were slides. So it's not a problem. I was going through it. Okay, so that was I should have actually looked at the chat, but I saw a couple of messages coming. I should have asked some questions. I mean, for some questions in between. Anyway, so that brings me. Okay, are there any questions since you didn't look at? I mean, see the slide, right?
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Was there any question in between?
No, I lost my connection in between. That's the thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So are guys there in the sense everyone?
Yeah. Everyone is there.
All there and they can hear me, right?
Yeah, surely. We thought you have been talking and the slide will be moved later.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so maybe I mean I kind of covered 10 slides on it, but nevertheless. So the main part that I wanted to cover here was these perspectives. So I think that I will put it on the slides itself, and let me know if there is a problem with respect to the slide movement. So you can see the slide which says notarization, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, sure. So this is one of the projects where an attorney in the state of California in the US was looking at a problem of making notarization fraud-free. So this notarization process, like for instance, if you were selling your property from one place one person to another, it has to be notarized by somebody. So somebody will put their seal and signature after the clients sign on the deed, right? And this notarization process adds a lot of validity to this transaction, right? And what used to happen is that the seniors in the US sometimes they leave out of their pensions alone, and maybe they're divorced or their spouses would have passed away, and when they're alone and there are people who would approach them saying that, okay, if you sell your property on which in which you are living, or you have another property, you can sell it to us, and we will make sure that we'll give you some money out here, and also make sure that you're compensated till whatever time you're living, right? So with a lot of pressure or they being given money at the point when they need it the most, they take the property deed, right? May not pay the entire money. The documents would be with them, and they start selling this project. This title to other people, and there are rings of people who have been busted, and some, I mean, there are people who uses this notarization process, right? Because it just needs that notarization seal to be embossed on the document. And many times what has happened is that these notarization seals are easier to duplicate, right? They're just seals which are duplicated by people, and because of which there's a kind of a annual estimated fraud of $750 million that is happening in the real estate area. And the major losers at this because of this are the title companies. The title of the property will be held by the title companies. Sometimes insurance companies will be holding that, saying that, okay, this property is being managed by them, and then they will have to bear the loss if the property has been wrongly transacted, right? So there was this attorney who brought this solution, brought this problem up, and said that, okay, this can be solved by using blockchain. And he presented it to many people, investors, for instance, and because he knew the business, and that is so he was able to amass some money on it, and he started selling. I mean, he started putting together a solution on it. So only problem is that what he was trying to actually do was force-fitting technology into a problem. One thing was that, okay, he was looking at the problem that there is a fraud, there is a chance of fraud out there, and blockchain has some way of making sure that a fraud doesn't happen, right? So he was saying this technology can solve that, and then the solution started evolving, right? So how do we look at that problem? How do we perceive this problem, and what will be the solution? So there are three ways of looking at it. Is the notary being verified, right? That is one way of looking at it, because you have an embossment that happened on the title document, right? And then another thing that had to be thought through was whether the clients are verified. You're into a notary's office, clients are coming in, there could be anyone, and they hold the title, right? And the title has their names. How do you make sure that the name that is written on the title is that of the client? So how do you verify that? So they give their ID card there, and this ID card will have their names and the ID number, license number, which would also be there in this thing. What if that is fake? What if the ID card is fake, right? And how it is locked. So what happens is that when the sign, the signature of the clients are put on the document, on the transaction document, and it is signed by the notary, and it is sent to the departments, right? The local departments, and they put it on a rack, and then it's kind of entered into a bigger ledger, which is mostly either digital, which is done by a data entry operator, and there could be even there will be counties in the US where it will be put in a paper ledgers. So when this entire process happened, there is no verification at any point of time because the notary has verified, right? And there is a big chance that this could be, there could be fraud in that. Why? Because the process that they were following was a 13th century process, right? This entire process was driven through an embosser. This embosser is kind of a seal kind of thing, which is punched on the document. So you sign that, and then this embosser will be punched on the document. And this is the only verification which is done by a independent notary, which make sure that this transaction has happened, and then it goes to the agencies or the public offices, which records it. Their duty is to record that. Now, for almost like centuries, this has not been rectified. And also the new age problems that came up, right? Because this people trusted the system, people trusted the way it worked. The new age problem is that there could be fake IDs that can be generated. People say in the US, they can look up the state's general way of doing licenses, find out, okay, what are the ways in which the tamper proofing has been done, and emulate that, and that becomes fake IDs. So there were cases where high quality fake IDs were kind of caught by the legal, the police department and busted. Groups were busted. So it was happening for quite a long time that this kind of fake IDs were used for property transactions, and that's why there was this big industry of 750 million of frauds happening in the title industry, and the whole money was getting paid by the title companies and insurance companies who are having these records, right? And then this stolen professional identity. Sometimes these people who are working as notaries are really old attorneys who also happen to do this kind of embossing work. So their professional identity will just be this seal. There will be two things in it: a number and a unique number for that particular attorney, and then there will be like this expiry date for. So this by till this time you will be able to go and do a kind of a notarization, and these are the states in which it will be applicable. Mostly state will have their own stamp that will be given. Now these are the kind of scenarios that are there. Anyone can go in and have a fake ID, get a stolen professional identity of a notary that will be lying in one of their desks. So somebody can come in, get a copy of that, and then use that to make fake documents, right? That was going on. And there was another industry which I was talking about, where undue influence can be done to seniors, right? Old people can be forced to sign a document or given some amount of money, and they would be told that you will get this money, which may not be even reflecting the price of the property, and they'll be asked to sign this property. The notaries, they are getting this facility. Otherwise, they would have to go out on their own, visit a notary public, get a client for themselves, and mostly the real estate, the people, right? The agents, the brokers would help them in finding somebody, but there's a lot of trouble in getting that. They say, okay, see, these people are coming to me, I just have to sign, and notary is also coming to me, I get it embossed, the seal is done, and then the work is over, and they get the money, they get some money in that, and the actual money will be taken by the fraudsters. So this was happening. Now, though the problem was understood, the only thing that was thought through from a technology angle was that it will be solved by blockchain. So there were a lot of other angles that had to be thought through, which happened much later, and that's how this project was actually done. And then there was so how it was thought through was in a serial manner. Okay, so that is where the perspective coming in. So you can't just look at it from one size fits all, or this technology is the right thing for wherever there is a fraud involved in the system, right? It has to be thought through from the first point onwards. So one is to make sure that the notary who is registering, who is doing the thing, right, the application is verified. So what happens is that there are many startups which are doing this kind of a verification of person, the face of a person to the IDs that they're holding. So that is available in many parts of the US. So what what was taught to is that we'll have this this kind of company who does this facial recognition. Facial recognition will take some points on your face and make sure that your picture is verified against your face, right? So whenever this document is getting signed, one thing will be done. There will be an app that will be created, and the app will have this feature, which is a facial recognition software, which recognizes the points on your face versus the photo that is given as an ID proof. And this will be matched and made sure that this it is done. So the problems could be that the ID can have an old photo. Maybe say an ID in a particular state is valid for 10 years, right? So if it is it was a photograph that was taken in 2010 and you are in 2020 before it is getting expired, your face would have changed a lot. Maybe you would have grown a beard, or you would have some kind of surgery done on maybe a part of your face, or some facial features would have changed. You started wearing a spectacle or whatever. So this the technology, the facial recognition technology that these guys had this thing of looking at your face in entirety and had recognizing the points in detail. And they had this added feature of looking at the iris, and that's another technology per se, and finding out certain points that are unique for a person, right? So what happens is that when this entire facial this helps a lot in making sure that that first level of identification is done digitally, and make sure that the notary is validated even before doing a particular transaction. The same is repeated for a client. They also go through this facial recognition and ID card recognition thing. And these three people or multiple people, I mean, depending on who all are the title owners and who all are the people to whom the title is being transferred, and any people involved. If there's a bank involved, right, then that is recorded. And then the document has been verified. You have records. There are companies in the US who have records of properties. So if you look at the latitudes and longitudes of those areas, and you give that, and they will be able to recognize the exact people who are owning that property and what is the provenance of that. So the data is available, right? I mean, if you take this same kind of problem to India, maybe there will be challenges with respect to that, because maybe it is not digitized in every part of the country, and there is some amount of challenge in solving this kind of a problem there. But in US, for instance, there are companies like Black Knight. If you Google that, they have this kind of system where all those data is already there, and you are kind of able to search for the ownership of the property as well as the provenance of ownership of that property. So when you have all these things working together, then it becomes easy for putting it all together. So it was not just one technology of blockchain that helped in. So you take the identification of notary, put it into a blockchain, right? You identified it and you were verifying and then putting it into a blockchain. Then you have the client verification done, and that information, the information collected is also put in a blockchain. Then you have the third thing, which is the property related details, that also is taken. And then you have the transaction. So it all comes together, and then it becomes a record in the blockchain. And then these records started building, right? And then I mean, what they were conceiving is I mean, more and more people, more and more notaries adopting it, and then they will be able to roll it out as a big solution. I mean, they got a good amount of funding for that, and they were able to run their pilot and kind of collecting a lot of notaries into that. So that is a good solution. So the point that I was looking at is that, yeah, the ideas generally come that way itself, where you are enthusiastic about a technology, and you know for sure that there is a problem, and you want to apply the technology into that problem, and then there comes this big thing of finding out, okay, what are the areas, what are the other things that you have to solve. Maybe many technologies have to come together, and you have to put it in equal proportion to make sure that the result is achieved. Right, that is one perspective that you have when you run a project, or you have a student project that you want to look at. Second perspective is the clarity of requirements, right? And this is based on one of the cases that I was looking at, which is with respect to agriculture, right? So in with respect to agriculture, there are two ways in which we record the harvest, right? One is the yield per area of from a particular place, and another is a parameterized recording, which says that the waterfall at a particular area is this much, or the humidity is this much, or whatever factors that affect that particular crop, right? Whether it be a kharif or rabi, what the seasons, irrespective of season, the crop will have certain features which it is dependent on. If you can link it up, and then that type of, I mean, it's all based on the insurance that you're applying, right? So yield based, there is a major program that started in 2016, which is called the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, which started receiving a lot of premium, collecting a lot of premium into that. So one of those people who are solving issues with respect to that was the company in question. So what they wanted to do was to ensure correct entry of data, and there is no tampering of data at any point of time, right? And so they knew that blockchain can be used as a solution. So the issue with respect to that is that there's so much of requirements which needed to be collected to make that happen, right? Because this crop insurance policy entails many different kind of crops that are in the country, and this is a crop being a state subject, right? So all these different types of crops have to be dealt with in a different case. So many insurance companies came together and became a way of collecting the premium from farmers and other agencies which are helping. And there is a lot of subsidies that are given by the center and state for that, and a small percentage of that is also paid by the farmer, right? So the crops are covered under that. So because it is a yield based method of collecting data, what used to happen is that there's a way of going into different areas, into villages, where there will be a function that will be conducted to find the yield in the different areas, and it's called crop cutting experiment, CCE. And this crop cutting experiment is a way in which you you do the harvest for a fixed specified area, and that in that specified area, whatever yield comes in, and that is recorded as the yield per hectare. And the insurance policy put in something called the threshold yield. That is the yield that has to happen, below which there will be, I mean, you can say that there are losses that happen to the farmers, right? And that is established over a period of time, saying that this much should happen in minimum. And on the other side, when in each harvest time, right? You have to go in and you have the machinery of that particular area, the village. Village, the panchayat people, the people from government, the state government, central government. There are observers from the insurance company, and because mostly these are reinsured products, right? The Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima, the policy itself, there is a lot of reinsurance coming. Maybe there are observers from them. They all come together. So not all in all villages, but then this process happen. They will cut harvest from that particular area, and the yield is determined. And they look at, okay, what is the actual yield at every point of time, and then measure it against the threshold yield. And then if it is less, then there is a claim that happens for those policies. Now, this is a central policy, right? And there are state governments which run that. And there could be cases in which fraudulent activities may happen, right? And this particular company was looking at ways to handle that and make sure that there is no tampering of data. Now, if you're finding a solution for that, there has to be many aspects, and this particular project was not successful because of majorly one big issue of of not studying the requirements in totality. So one thing you need to understand is that there is a geotagging that has to happen, which means that you need to identify, okay, the farm that is being assessed, and the people who are involved with respect to that, whether the correct entry of data is something that can be done on the field, which is coordinated by a lot of activities, and whether this recording to the database happens properly. And also another thing is you have to capture all the information, right? It's not just the yield per area that comes in. There is a farmer information and a lot of insurance information that comes in. So one thing that was not planned well, or the requirement was not studied, was that there was applications that were promoted by the government itself, which the particular party was not looking at, so he did not study, okay, what are the solutions that are already there, and was building a big solution which can solve the problem and help in logging of CC and getting claims information. A lot of things got built into it, which ultimately could not be used because there was a promotion of a particular application which was not gelling well with this particular application, and finally the project had to be dropped. Now, so the perspective that I'm trying to build is that, yeah, you have a great idea, you have a good nail on which your hammer can be hit. But because you kind of did not study it in entirety, and what are the dynamics that keep coming in the field, in the ecosystem, because this is a lot of people who are involved, government is involved, companies who are giving the solutions are involved, machineries, government machineries are involved, farmers are involved, a lot of people are involved. You need to have kind of pilots to be run, take people into confidence one by one, and then have to be built, and then have a top-down kind of an approach, because these kind of government projects, what has to happen is there is a top-down thing that has to work, right? It never, though, the pilots have to be done on the field, there has to be a push to make sure that this kind of mechanism and these solutions are really implemented, right? So that buy-in has to happen, right? So that is one perspective from a business side that I wanted to bring in. And the third perspective that I wanted to bring in is to have an outcome-based approach to do that. And for this, I kind of presenting a case where this is again a US case where there are these tribes which are there in Alaska, right? you've seen this state called Alaska, which is like a mineral-rich state, and the people who are staying in those areas are natives over there. And when they had this contract that was built long back, which ensured that they will get benefits out of the government, out of the federal government, if they give their land for mining activities and other activities which go on to take the minerals out of their places. And these are the mineral rich areas of the country, United States, right? Now the tribes in Alaska, I mean, we call some of the, I mean, there are many tribes. I mean, we call them generally as Indians, right? Red Indians or Alaska tribes. Those are the general names. But they have their way of living. They have their communities. Mostly they depend on fishing and hunting for their life. They are detached from the rest of the United States in many aspects. They have to, I mean, if they have to go to their respective places, they have to travel a lot, maybe fly to a particular place and then go using SUVs to reach their place. So they have a different way of life, right? And because there was a contract in which their places were kind of ceded to the federal agencies, they were given a lot of benefits in the sense housing benefits, job benefits, and umpteen number of benefits were given through government programs. Now there was a need to streamline all these benefits to them to make sure that they reach the rightful people. Now the problem is that many of these people are married between tribes, and certain tribes have certain exclusive benefits. Certain tribes have some benefits excluded from them. And when, I mean, on a normal case, these tribes won't have mingle with themselves, but sometimes over a period of time, the numbers are deteriorated, then marriages between inter-tribes happen, and then there became another set of problem where they were not able to channelize these benefits to the right people, right? And sometimes people were getting more benefits than they are entitled to, and sometimes some tribesmen were not getting benefits, no benefits at all. And there came an agency called Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, who were like overseeing this particular thing, and they wanted to streamline this because most of the time, I mean, sometimes if you look at it, some of the tribesmen would not give all their information to the agencies to account for their benefits and other things, right? And so all the different agencies and the benefits had to be streamlined in some way. So if you look at it from an outcome perspective, all these benefits had to be tracked to the people who have to get the benefits out of it. And because there is a big subset of people who are not even in the system, there are no ways to get to them, right? And sometimes I mean, they have to get to ways in which this first the digitization of all the information have to happen, and then the mapping has to happen, and then you have to find out ways of applying technology to make sure that this reach the right people, and then duplicates are avoided. Multiple people don't get to get the same kind of benefits, etc., right? So that exclusions can be built up in the system. So one of the ways to do it is applying blockchain to it. And other ways are also possible, because if you look at it, it's just streamlining the process, making one-to-one mapping, right? But then if there is tampering of data at some point of time, right, then the blockchain helps a lot in making sure that each benefit have groups of people who are kind of getting that, right, and making sure that only those people are getting it. So then that streamlining also makes sure that the right amount is dispersed, and that can also be verified. The transaction, the end transaction, final transaction can also be verified. So so this was from a outcome perspective. Actually what was looked at is that can we give a mapping, right, which is a easier thing, mapping of beneficiary, and bring together a way to include the people who are not in the network, which is another government machinery's work, which has to be done by the agencies, and then making sure that this entitlement is kind of mapped, right, and then that is a kind of a digital record. That is the groundwork that has to be established. So that is the required outcome, I mean the required platform to do this. And then you have to map these families, because there are tribes and the families who are there, and then there are the cross linkings that are there. And so look at the families, say people who are staying in Alaska, and then they have their families elsewhere. So if you look at these people, because they have a lot of benefits, right? You're staying in Alaska, their lifestyle will be different. They go for fishing, they take the fish, they do the I mean cooking at home, they have hunting, and that's their way of life. Their climate is also like that, right? The salmon farms are there. I mean, the nature has given them a lot of things that make them live happily without much of a connection to the outside world. So those facilities make them live in those places, irrespective of they have jobs or not, right? And because there are facilities, there are benefits that are coming their way from the government, they won't have to look for alternatives. But then things are changing, and they needed more money, benefits, etc., for which they are slowly coming out. So there will be immediate family who are distributed across other states in the country, and then they have to find out, okay, who are these other people, whether they subscribed, they want this kind of benefits, or they want to opt out. So there's a lot of data collection that has to happen, and then the process has to be linked in such a way that duplication of records doesn't happen. There is no tampering of data with respect to who are the tribes, and whether wrong people are there in the records, right? So a lot of other work has to happen, because if you look at it, social security is one thing that is given to all these people, and they should, I mean, rightfully they should have the social security number, which is one record that can recognize all these people, right? But then if that itself is not accessible to a majority set of people, then it becomes a problem. So I mean, evangelizing that and getting to the other set of people becomes a bigger headache than the other thing. And then you go into the technology part of it, that is logging the disbursement in a blockchain or any other technology. I mean, in this case, it could be any, right? And the advantage of blockchain is that you get this unique disbursement. The transactions will be unique, and you make sure that this entire BIA activity will be transparent and tracked, right? And whenever there is a report that is run and it has to be presented back to the federal agencies, it becomes easier for them to look at. So the approach that was taken was an outcome-based one, which helped in making sure that this entire thing is flawless to the entire set of people who are involved. So I think that is what I wanted to talk to you about. There's an entire set of things. Maybe I'll take some questions on this, because this is majorly on looking at blockchain, not just from a technology perspective, because you have gone through how to create a smart contract and how consensus is brought in this kind of networks. What is how the provenance is established, and the other things. I mean, putting one technology against another, Ethereum or Hyperledger Fabric or any EOS.io. All these things you would have gone through, but then how to look at it from a business perspective is what I was looking at, and that will be more fruitful when we discuss about it. So I would like to hear from you as to what kind of projects that you would have run in your respective colleges or universities. And there are many colleges I know who have incubators as well within them, and many projects which are kind of financed. There are people who have raised Series A, Series B funds as well in many colleges, and specific offices for blockchain and other technologies, new age technologies, and solutions are being made on that, right? So maybe I'll also like to hear your thoughts and questions on that. So Sandeep.
Yes, sir. I will wait for the questions. I think.
Yeah.
Is there any questions? Hello? Solomon, sir, hello?
So I'll also check the chat box. Okay.
Sir, which technology you are using in your firm?
The first one, notarization, was a EOS.io implementation. So that was because of the reason that the technology partner was specifically looking at it. They were creating a small kind of a fork out of EOS.io and was creating a platform called, they call it Trost, which was helping to make sure that immutable records are created with a light amount of data in it. So what they were looking at is nodes in the network would be mobile phones, which stores very less amount of data. You know that most of these blockchains are computationally intensive. There is a lot of computation that happens, which fires up the networks, computer networks, and you'll have to hire farms of computer networks to run this kind of process, right? So what their big idea, the technology partners' big idea, was to make it accessible to mobile phones, and that mobile phone will be storing 256 KB. That's a on-chain, off-chain data that will be stored. That much. That's it, and that can help to establish the required chain and make sure that these mobile phones, which will be owned by people who are in the networks, for in this case mostly notaries, own these phones, and then this network will be established, which makes sure that this entire process of notarization will be error-free, right? So that was so that is EOS.io, and Hyperledger Fabric for a couple of the other projects, and Ethereum. Those are the technologies that we are using.
So any questions? Gajanan sir, hello. Hello, sir.
So I think one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about, promoting, if as faculty we want to help our students with respect to bringing these kind of projects together, you can look at these ideas which are going to help, say, agriculture, farmers, for instance, right? What are the problems that are faced by farmers? I mean, you can actually Google in these various sites which are doing projects for PMFBY, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, because there are a lot of insurance companies who are involved in it. And at one point of time, there were insurance companies that were coming out of the project because they found that it is costing a lot of money to be involved rather than getting out of it, right? Because it's a central policy, and insurance companies are acting as brokers for collecting premium from the farmers and from different states, right? And there is a lot of subsidy that also goes with it, right? So many startups started providing solutions to make the entire system efficient. And I mean, till now there are startups who are working on it. So those are kind of projects which actually are going to help the people on the ground, and also is going to be, I mean, in future can be adopted by governments, and could be of help to even the private companies, insurance companies, for instance, in this. Or even you can look at the community of farmers who find it difficult to record data and then publish it. So there could be projects on that front. I mean, it could be any of these areas which I was talking about.
Sir,
Sir, you can ask.
I want to know the projects about the document management for the government. For the government, there are any projects going on for the government using blockchain?
Yeah, I understand that Andhra Pradesh is doing a lot of work with respect to having these title documents in blockchain. Title deeds, right? Your property documents, right? Kind of digitizing and putting in blockchain is what I understand. And I think there is a lot of work in Tamil Nadu as well. In the last Blockhash Live, right? The annual program that is run by Kerala Blockchain Academy. They a senior officer from Tamil Nadu was speaking about what the kind of work that they are doing in their state, and one of them is the digitization of documents. I mean, even in Kerala, you would see these projects for digitization of documents, but then not putting that in blockchain. One thing I have heard is when this floods happened in 2018, there were a lot of records that were lost, and that had to be recreated in record time. And that was done by getting these document numbers and putting in a blockchain and publishing it, kind of thing, right? So those kind of projects are happening, and certain universities, I'm not kind of getting these names, but then the certificates of universities now getting digitized and put in blockchain is helping people. Say, for instance, there are certain places where there's rampant fraud certificates that are getting issued, right? I mean, you get a degree certificate from the market, and you publish that, and you get jobs, particularly jobs outside the country, particularly maybe US, UK, etc., where fake certificates are used. So there was no way to look at the veracity, whether this certificate is valid or not. So universities were themselves coming up and finding out a way of doing that, right? And
Yes,
so one of the ways they were doing was digitizing and putting in blockchain. And so I think, I mean, there are I mean, projects that are going on in multiple areas, even the government sector, but then we'll have to look through their government sites and projects that are running to have a clear idea of what exactly is happening.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, can you have idea about any the projects which are going on in this direction that have feasibility on the implementation feasibility? Can you focus on implementation feasibility regarding this kind of projects?
Yeah.
Related to document management, mainly government point of view, or the documents which are issued by the universities or certification authorities.
Yeah. So one of the points that has to be kept in mind is when you're putting these documents, I mean, digitizing documents, right? One of the major issues is with respect to identifying and recording it properly, the data entry part. The first base is the data entry part, making sure that the data is correctly captured. So one issue that always happens is that you kind of scan this document and then keep it record. If you look at this Acrobat PDF documents that are there, right?
Yes.
You will not be able to kind of put it in a searchable format. So what you have to do is scan and get this data that is there in the PDF document as text, which is searchable, and put it in a database, right?
Yes.
So, people start with a scanning project and declare that they have digitized these documents. So that never ends there. You have to scan it. You have to get this record, the text out of these records, and then put it in a searchable platform.
Yes.
So once this searchable platform is ready, then you can find out, okay, what are the unique identifiers in these documents, right? Sometimes what happens is that the land records are recorded differently in different tahsils, taluks, panchayats, right? Sometimes say a particular land will be mentioned as 003/241. You would find the same number 003/241 in another taluk, which is unrelated. But when you ask the computer to find out, okay, what is this particular, which is this particular property, they will show that both the identifiers. Unique identifier is a major problem then, right? You have to find a way of making sure that the identity is established. So sometimes you put it as Kerala is KL, Karnataka is K, and you put a slash and then another number to identify the particular taluk, tahsildar office, and then another identifier below that, and another identifier to get the property name, right? Sometimes, so what you have to make sure is that this identifier themselves doesn't get merged. If you're just putting one letter, two letters for it, say Kerala, if K is only put, right? Or the names which sound similar, states with names which are sound similar, then you will have to make sure that is thought through. The second perspective that I was talking about, the requirements perspective. You're thinking through this entire program, the project, and then you go to the document management thing where you have all the files recorded, you have unique identifiers, and then you are recording it into blockchain or whatever technology to make sure that there is no tampering and these records are safely put, right? So there is a lot of kind of groundwork that has to happen.
Ground level requirements are there. Standardization of naming standardization.
Yeah. Naming standardization is at least this numbers standardization. So one thing I was talking to you about that land records in the US, right? There was unique number to these lands. So say a California land, you can look at this particular system and find the unique number. So if we can establish that across panchayats in our country, then it becomes easier for recognizing these documents. So there is if there is a centralized way of identifying lands, because the problem I'll tell you. So land is a state subject, right? So these kind of projects will run as a state project, and the numbers will be identifiable and unique within the state. But then if you compare that state with another state, then it becomes a problem. So the other problems come into play, like, oh, you'll have to put a KL, you'll have to KA or some other thing as a unique identifier, right? And then you'll have to put it in a blockchain, right? So what if you are making it thin, wafer thin, for putting in an on-chain path? Then you would rather go with numerics than a alphanumeric. Then this whole problem, I mean, there is a whole lot of problem for you. You'll have to make it numeric again by inducing some more set of numbers to it. I mean, are you able to relate to what I'm saying?
Yes, yes, sir.
Right.
Understand.
Have a unique, yeah.
Because in our country there are different methodologies may be used for
correct.
Legacy methods may be there.
Correct.
Yes,
so yeah, so the major problem of adoption of technology in our place is that runway, the longer runway that we have for this entire set of things. Because one, we have to get this digitized. Second, we have to have it in databases, searchable databases.
Yes.
Third, then we have to have unique identifiers.
Identification.
Then we have to apply the technology. So the runway for getting there is longer.
Yes.
And that is where students and researchers around the country have to play a bigger role in making sure that these runways are reduced through smarter methods. So if there are people who think about it and propose solutions, right, then there becomes, I mean, there are smarter ways of doing things, because there are projects that are run in states within their IT departments seeking solutions for that. And most of the time there will be project reports that are created which will never be used. So what colleges can do is that having research reports proactively, which can solve many of these ground level problems, which we can identify by just visiting the nearest village office or a tahsildar office, wherever, and we'll be able to identify umpteen number of problems where we can give technology solutions.
Yes, sir. Understand.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for asking that. Yeah.
So any other questions? Okay. Sir, I would like to thank you for coming here and giving us an idea about this, because from day one, we are not going to the business aspects. We are studying how to implement these things. That's the main thing. So
Sure.
this is the only session we have come to this business perspective.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So I would like to call upon Alekha to express his view about the session. Hello, Alekha.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
So I'm audible?
Yes.
So, yeah, I extend a very hearty vote of thank you to sir for introducing the business perspective from the blockchain, and also introducing new projects about this topic, and giving an excellent interaction session for us, sir. And for gaining your important work and sharing with us your findings and opinions today. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Alekha.
sir.
Thanks, Alekha.
Okay.
And thanks, Sandeep.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. And thanks everyone for joining the session. And I hope that you got 1 or 2 points that you will be able to take back from this session, right? And the crux of this is implementation, right? I mean, knowing blockchain doesn't solve the problem. Implementing blockchain and implementing solutions is what is the biggest thing. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So we come to the last session now. So Grishma ma'am, hello.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
So, good evening, all. We are approaching the fag end of our 5 days FDP on blockchain. I'm sure that this is beneficial to all of us. I request participants to give feedback about our overall session. Any one of you can tell.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Ma'am, is it possible to switch on the mic video also? Then we can see each other because we have never
Actually,
seen.
whenever we click on, yes, now.
Yeah, it's working.
Yes, hello everyone. Yeah, actually I am Mrs. Komal Pardeshi from Walchand Institute of Technology, Solapur. Actually, I just eager to know how to write a smart contract, and I just have a basic idea about there is something in there that in blockchain that we have to write smart contract, we have to use Ethereum, there is Truffle, there is MetaMask. I heard a lot about that. And for that curiosity, I also did a Coursera course of Beena ma'am. But still I didn't understood the whole concept. I was just 10 to 20% it is okay for me. I just tried to understand that concepts, but this workshop helps me to understand a lot of the things. Okay, many concepts get cleared. How to develop a DApp, that is also one of the important tasks that we did, and how to install different softwares required for executing the app, and whatever how these different softwares can be used for this blockchain technology. If we do more practice on this, then it will be very beneficial for us and our students for doing projects in that, and it is also helpful for us to guide our students. Okay, so I thank you, Sandeep sir, and all speakers. They invited speakers who are really very talented, and they helped us with all queries, and they taught very nicely. And one more thing that I also wants to thank LBS College that they arrange such a nice workshop for faculty. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this is another request from me. I think all of you can switch on the video once. Then we can take a photo because all of you, please, those who can switch on the video, please switch on the videos. Then I will take a photo. I will send that in the WhatsApp.
Yes, yes.
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
Okay, we will wait, sir. Because in the inauguration function, we don't have any photos due to this. Let me take the photo, or should I wait? I will take.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Okay, wait.
Yes, sir. You can continue.
Shall I take? Okay, I'm going to take. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I think others can also say feedback. Because this is the first time we are conducting an AICT workshop. So many problems will be there. So your feedback will help us, because the feedback in the text or feedback in the Google form is not that useful. If you say something, then it will be useful for us. Then we can improve. Gajan sir?
Yes, sir. This is a very good organized workshop, well planned, because the blockchain technology is very emerging technology. As far as our country is concerned, blockchain technology is very new technology for understanding as well as for implementation. There are a lot of use cases are there in some areas, but that are from outside India. Now India, in our planning commission and our government has taken a lot of keen interest in blockchain technology, and so this is very important from academics point of view, as we all are academicians. So it is very good that LBS college has organized this wonderful workshop, and lot of good eminent speakers are there from industry as well as from academics. I don't know, I have attended all the sessions, almost all the sessions thoroughly, because hands-on sessions are very good. And I am also started my research in blockchain with the application of blockchain technology. So I have taken means lot of things from this 5 days FDP. So lot of new things we have received from all the speakers, all the resource persons. Thank you, sir. Thank you, LBS College. Thank you.
Common ma'am, hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Just share your views.
Actually, sir, I explained just now.
Okay.
I given feedback just now.
Yeah. Sunla ma'am.
That's why I turn on video. Okay.
Sunla ma'am, hello.
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 Chal Daya. Sir, actually, I am a person who doesn't know any. I did my MCA 20 years back. At that time, there were no concept of blockchain and all. This time, first time I come to know what is blockchain, and really I enjoyed each and every session, and especially the hands-on. It was a person like me who has stopped doing coding from the last 17 years, and I enjoyed that. That is a big part. Means I learned a lot. Now I can say that yes, I know blockchain. So this is a very good workshop, very well arranged by you and the whole team. Congrats to all of you. First time you people are doing it. It's a great workshop. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sandeep sir.
Sir.
Special thanks to you sir, because
okay, actually,
without your regular and full cooperation, this seminar would not have happened.
Okay, so actually we have a team, sir. We work together because I am the only one in the college. That's the problem. Others are online.
Yes.
And due to this corona.
I congratulate the whole team, whole college.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. And I think we will have some cooperation in this in some sort of activities.
Sure, sir. Actually, we have another workshop on January, sir. I will share that the brochure details. If possible, you can join us. And
definitely,
we can see it
sir.
again.
Thank you, sir.
Srijay, sir, hello. Hello, sir. Srijay, sir. Hello, sir. Okay, yeah.
You are the health coordinator? all the sessions were really good. Actually, I am very new to the blockchain technology. I have only heard of blockchain prior to this workshop, but I learned a lot from the workshop. So I could not capture some concepts, particularly because of some technical issues. We couldn't install some of the packages to the laptop. Except that, it was very fine. And Sandeep coordinated the workshop brilliantly. And congratulations to the entire team for this collaboration. To conduct the program. This is the most hot topic the parent community. Actually, and congratulations.
Okay. The question, we have an exam, so that form is being shared. You can take that and just fill that. So next thing is I will be uploading the attendance and the mark of this exam in the ACT portal. On Monday, you have to fill that. You just log into that page and fill up the feedback. You have, so after one working day, your certificate you can download from the portal itself. So that's the procedure. I think most of you know that. Okay, so we are not conducting an official validation program because a lot of people are absent today. So I would like to thank all of you, even my team. I have even though the team is small, but they work together. They are in different places. They cooperated with me, and I thank everyone, even the participants. Even though we have 141 participants, number of participants present was very less. So that's one disadvantage, because maybe due to the time, because this is not that apt time for conducting a workshop. Hope that in the next workshop, maybe we are planning the next workshop on January. In that time, more participants will be available and they can participate in this. One good thing is that those who have participated, I find it useful. And from my perspective also, I find it very useful. So the resource material, they will be sharing that. So you can go through that. That folder will be always there. So you can use that. You can download that. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, how much time is there for test?
I will give, we can get 30 minutes. 30 minutes is enough. It's only 10 questions 30. Are there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Very nice workshop. Thank you.
Krishna, hello. Hello.
Hello. So on behalf of LBS College of Engineering, I extend sincere thanks to all participants for their active participation. I would like to thank our principal, dean, all HODs for their guidance. I would like to thank our HOD, Dr. Smithamore ma'am, for the constant support. I thank the program coordinator, Professor Sandeep sir, and all the organizing team members, which include faculty, technical staff, UG, PG student, and research scholars of Computer Science and Engineering Department for the smooth conduct of the program. Thank you all. With this, we conclude our program. Thank you.